Alright. This is going to be a bit of an awkward situation. Hello? Testing? Okay. I didn't want to have to make this video, or I didn't want to have to say this, but this is going to be a little bit of a controversial stream, particularly because if you're watching this live, some recent news may have broken regarding the voice actor for the English VA of Tighnari. We're going to be still doing Tighnari's story today, so in light of recent events, I would like to ask chat to keep any and all thoughts and feelings on the current case to themselves. My heart goes out to all those involved. Definitely don't harass the victims, don't harass the VA. Personally, this news is still too recent and I haven't had a lot of time to look into it yet. If you are watching this on YouTube, this will have been 4 days later, and I would also ask you to probably keep the comments to a minimum. With that being said, I'm going to treat this stream the same as any other stream. I might give some commentary throughout on my opinions on the issues moving forward, but don't ask me about it. I will bring it up if I wish to talk about it, and I'll give you my thoughts. Personally, grooming is bad. Don't need to say anything more than that. Without further ado, I believe the game is loaded in and we can start resuming. Really hoped that I would not have to do that. I'm probably going to have to restate this several times throughout the stream, just because people will probably be joining throughout. All I know currently is that this is another one of those cases of somebody who will let celebrity status probably get to their head and may have had inappropriate relationships with underage people. We're going to leave it at that, and we're going to move on. Anyway, let's start the stream and continue onward. The Start of Contamination. What? Did I just accidentally put camera mode on? Alright. So this might be a stream where we have to ban quite a few people in chat. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Not a lot of people come and watch these lives. More people tend to watch my streams after the fact in VOD form. So I'm not worried about too many people coming by and crashing the stream just to milk controversy. I'm not a big streamer. I don't expect to have to deal with too much of that. We only deal with maybe like 30 to 80 views on any of my videos, so I'm not expecting to deal with too many people today. If you want to talk with me about these issues in private, I am more than welcome to do so. All of my links are public. You can bug me on Twitter, just don't bug me here. When I'm playing games, I'm mostly doing it for my enjoyment and for the enjoyment of people who like to view things vicariously through others. You want my opinions on stuff? You can ask. Oh, I should probably set my team comp. Alright. Now that we got all the news out of the way,
full of unsolved mysteries.
We'll probably consider this to be the proper start of the stream.
I'll take care of it. Outrider Amber, reporting.
This will be the formal start of the stream. Deaths will equal wishes. There's a new banner. We'll be pulling on the Yulan banner. And that's it. Without further ado, mission start. Hi, Catherine.
Traveler, you've come at a good time.
Wait, this sounds like another commission.
Don't cut her off, Paimon.
It is as you say. The commission this time around is of high importance. It pertains to the safety of the Avidia Forest's inhabitants.
Huh? What happened?
Not long ago, we received word that a section of the Avidia Forest seems to have become contaminated.
Not by the withering?
Contaminated? You mean a new withering zone?
I don't know about the specifics, but I hear that strange things are happening to people who cross through that region.
Okay.
The Avidia Forest inhabitants won't leave their homes so easily. If we allow this contaminated region to expand, the consequences could be unimaginable. That's why I want to ask you to investigate the situation. Even if all you can do is stop the contamination from spreading, that will still save many people.
This is forest business. Maybe Tighnari will know something. Let's go find him.
Sounds like a smart plan, Paimon. The unanswerable problems. Speaking of Tighnari, I may have mentioned on the stream when we were dealing with Hypatia that her name sounded familiar to me. And I was recently informed that it's probably a reference to the Hypatia in history, who was a mathematician and philosopher who was an educator of women, and because of the fact that she was an educator of women, members of the Christian church attacked her, dragged her to an altar, stripped her, skinned her alive, and then dismembered her corpse and burned it. Now, I don't know if the Hypatia in Genshin Impact is a reference to this character, but the fact that she's a scholar, researcher, philosopher type, and has a very similar sounding name, it's very hard to not make the comparison for me.
Girl must be leaving soon.
This is where you've been, Tighnari? That's...
Shh. Keep your voice down.
It's a kid.
Tighnari, everything's spinning.
Oh no, this is going to be one of those trippy mushroom land excursions, isn't it?
Am I going to die? Tell Mom that I should have listened to her. And tell Suna that I'm sorry for breaking her toy. I didn't tell her because I was scared that she wouldn't play with me anymore. Tighnari, I heard that people turn into birds after they die. Is that true? I feel like I'm getting lighter.
Oof. This is sad, and it reminds me of two different things. One, I was unfortunately taught the concept of death at somewhat of an early age. I learned about death at around 5 or 6 when my Aunt Teresa died. It was really hard to comprehend. Trying to explain the concept of you'll never see this person again, they don't exist anymore, is very hard to take at an early age. 2, for people who read One Piece, slight spoiler for chapter 1072, I guess, they mention a scientific discovery in that chapter of someone being lighter after they died, and that this might be evidence of a soul. I believe there is a similar experiment that was done in real life. However, it should be taken with a grain of salt because the scientist that did this study, I believe, did it with multiple living creatures and found that it wasn't true in all of them. So rather than taking the conclusion that he was wrong, he came to the conclusion that it just meant that those animals, like dogs, don't have souls. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled dying children.
What happened? Tighnari, is he?
Okay, enough nonsense. You just have a small fever. Take your medication and rest. You'll be bouncing off the walls in no time.
Really? Then, can you keep the thing about the toy a secret for now?
Now that he knows he's gonna live. Yeah, everything I just said stays secret.
No can do. You're a big kid now. Once you've recovered, go and apologize. Keeping secrets to yourself won't solve anything.
Oh.
Well, that just made him mad.
Hey, let me ask you something. I recall that you're usually pretty healthy. How did you get this sick all of a sudden?
I don't know either. Mom's been telling me not to play in the forest. I just wanted to look inside. It's different from before. I got lost and went around in a huge circle. After I got out, I started feeling dizzy.
Could
Be
it be?
Mushroom Land. The contaminated region. Oh yeah, that. Forgot about that already. We were talking about murdering women and dying children, so I kind of forgot that that's what we came here about.
So that's how this whole mess happened. Anyway, go rest. No running around until I say so, got it? Traveler, Paimon, let's step out for now.
Alright.
Mr. Forest Watcher, how is my son?
I gave him some antipyretics. Let him rest here for a while. I told him that he would feel better after some medicine and rest, but I only said that to comfort him.
Oh, is he actually going to die?
His symptoms resemble a fever, but something else is causing them. They seem more akin to a disruption in his psyche. Antipyretics won't be of much use.
He lied as easily as he breathed.
What do we do? Mr. Forest Watcher, you have to help him.
If memory serves, a plant called Vasanti grass can help soothe the mind. A small number grow in arid deserts. They usually look like shriveled weeds, but can be revitalized with a splash of water. They're expensive and unable to grow in the Avidya forest's climate, so I don't have any on hand.
I can go to the desert and get some plants.
I'll ask the caravans. Go find Kale, have her prepare medicinal tools and a set of traveling gear for me.
That's a sentence I don't think I was ever going to say in my entire life. I could go to the desert and get some plants.
All right. Thank you.
Contaminated region, huh? Is that why you two are also here?
Yep. Is it a new withering zone?
Doesn't seem like one. Whether you look at scale, internal conditions, or resultant effects, they're completely different.
So what is going on?
The only thing they have in common is that they aren't welcome. This nuisance made itself home in the Avidya forest, so I can't turn a blind eye.
We feel the same way.
All right. Let's contact the caravans first and purchase some Vasanti grass. We can also ask about the contaminated region. There's no time to waste. We have to move quickly. Let's go.
This kid's gonna die. Why are we going here? I thought the caravans are like over here. I guess you could probably technically do this region before the desert was unlocked, so maybe that's why this is having us go over here. But, yeah, we can just straight up go to the desert and get it at the source. We don't have to fucking buy shit right now.
Excuse me. I'd like to purchase some Vasanti grass. Do you have any?
I'm sorry, Mr. Forest Watcher, but we've been closed for the past few days.
Does, like, nobody know this guy's name? Nobody calls him by his actual name, they just say Mr. Forest Watcher?
Closed? Now that's odd. It's my first time hearing you say something like that.
It's a long story. Some of our goods were stolen recently. They were mechanical parts that we got from the academia. Although they're old models, they still fetch a good price on the market.
Huh.
Our caravans had to pull together Mora to afford those parts. Now that they've been lost, we'll likely come up short this trip. All the merchants talked it over, and we decided to raise the prices of our remaining inventory. Until this plan takes effect, none of us can privately sell anything.
That makes sense to me. But it's one of those things that I'm not liking in capitalism, is when the market colludes to raise prices. This is a private instance where it could be allowable, because there is an actual demand shift that would justify an increase in prices short term. But, yeah. This stuff happens.
I don't get it. If these goods are so important, then why not think of a way to get them back? Raising prices won't solve anything. At best, you're shoving the consequences of the robbery onto your customers.
That is another reason. That is pretty much why I'm usually not on board with market collusion.
Mr. Forest Watcher,
among other
it's
reasons.
not that we don't want to. It's just the thief disappeared into the deepest parts of the forest. We asked around, and apparently the forest has been very unusual as of late. Anyone who goes in experiences mental anomalies.
Which is why we need those herbs.
We can't keep waiting out here for the thief to come out. All we could do is come up with another solution.
That thief's dead, isn't it?
So the bandit hid in the contaminated region after stealing those mechanical parts. How many people were there in total? Were they not affected by the contaminated region?
Did they have masks on?
That crook came from the contaminated region. As for how many, there weren't any people.
No people?
Even if I tell you, you might not believe me. Fine. The thief that stole our parts was a huge mechanical crab.
I see why people wanted me to play this mission now. I see why they wanted me to play this mission. Crab! Giant mechanical crab!
What the heck? The Avidia Forest has creatures like that?
Didn't see any in the Avidia Forest field guide.
To be honest, I'd rather not think about it. It moved too skillfully to be new at this. It came out of nowhere. Before we could react, it swiped our goods and ran away. We were all shocked. By the time we came to our senses, the thief was already long gone.
Giant mechanical crab. I'm so excited now.
I see. If we help you retrieve your stolen goods, then business will return to normal?
Oh, but of course! Not only that, but you'll become one of our caravan's VIPs on all future purchases of any...
That's not necessary, man.
Enough. Tell me something that's actually useful. Any leads on that mechanical crab?
Well, I think we already have a lead. It's in the contaminated zone. But can you tell us at what point in particular where your caravan was attacked?
Maybe one. After our goods were stolen, we specifically got someone to assess the situation. If you're interested, you can go and talk to them.
All right. We'll go and have a word.
All right. Which forest is the Avidia Forest again? Oh, it's this one.
After the goods were stolen, I made multiple inquiries with nearby caravans and residents. It turns out that many others have also been robbed by that crooked crab. However, the crab only seems to be interested in machinery. It doesn't even bat an eye at other valuables. A caravan carrying a large amount of Mora had an uneventful trip, but another caravan had a child whose metal toy was taken. Whatever the case, that thing is a scourge. We'll eventually think of a way to get rid of it.
So it only steals machinery, and it ignores everything else.
That mechanical crab is fast, strong, and a pain to deal with. 10 of us might not even be able to take that thing head on.
10 eremites.
Didn't academia ban research on mechanical life forms years ago? Where did that thing come from? Our salaries even got slashed because of it. Who would have thought that that robber wasn't a human, but a mechanical crab? This is rough.
Damn. Now we're cutting salaries because of a thief? This is why you should just start insuring your goods.
I heard from the caravanners that there have been a lot of robberies lately, but we haven't been affected. We don't normally see the mechanical crab, and it doesn't disturb our daily lives.
Because you're not shipping in mechanical goods?
It only shows up when the caravans are here, and it runs back to the contaminated region after it's done making a mess.
You haven't tried capturing it?
We have, but it's too agile and fast. However, we did unexpectedly learn something the last time we tried to capture it. It apparently lives in the deepest part of the forest, so instead of immediately moving its spoils, it first hides them nearby. Once its stash grows large enough, it moves everything in one go. You'll have to move fast if you want those goods back.
Interesting.
How are things? Did you make any progress?
We learned of its behaviors, but much still remains unclear. Assuming normal operational status, mechanical constructs generally act according to their given commands. If I were its owner, I'd command it to steal more valuable things. Or the Mora you made. That would be the most efficient method. But it only goes after mechanical components. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on that too. I'm also confused why we're cutting people's salaries because of this.
Right. It's really weird.
So, you all found a way to retrieve our goods?
Do you have any more mechanical parts with you?
Yes, I still have a small bag of samples. They weren't taken since I keep them on me at all times. Oh, are you planning to...
Bait!
Under constant external conditions, organisms rarely initiate changes in their habits. Here's what we know so far. It has a mechanical composition, it lives in the contaminated region, and it comes out to steal mechanical components. If we have said components, we can lure it out, capture it, and then make observations for further conclusions. Well, chatting like this won't get us anywhere. We're only wasting time.
You're right. We don't have any other options right now. This bag of samples is all yours, Mr. Forest Watcher. If you can get our goods back, the caravans will reward you generously.
We don't need anything in return, but I'll be keeping this bag. I may have other uses for it later. We'll also need to borrow a sumpter beast. Our act has to be convincing if we want the crab to fall for it.
Oh, yeah, no problem at all. If it means getting our things back, you can even borrow me to do whatever you need.
This guy just wants to help.
I'll have to decline that offer. Anyway, we'll use the mechanical components and sumpter beast to pose as a transiting caravan and lure out the crab. Once it appears, capture it. I leave the timing to you.
Don't worry, we're professionals.
We're stronger than 10 eremites. Although once you get 12 eremites, it starts to get a little bit fuzzy who's better. Where did the robbery take place? That's not that far from here. Yeah, that's like literally just off this cliff. Why are we taking the caravan this way? Giant enemy crab. Where's the giant enemy crab?
Looking at the trade routes and the contaminated region's current perimeter, the goods were likely stolen somewhere around here.
Then let's get to it. We'll definitely capture that criminal crab.
Okay, we'll start from here and have the Sumpter Beast with the components on board lead the way.
To think that if this mission came out when the desert was available, we probably would have just gone to the desert. So they had to invent an entire plot line here on how to get this exclusive item that is not in this region.
This Sumpter Beast isn't familiar with us yet, so be calm and take your time with it.
The Sumpter Beast went ahead. Let's keep up with it. Huh? Why did it stop?
Looks like it's loafing around. Or maybe it's hungry. The caravanners grew disheartened after their goods were stolen, so they probably didn't feed their animals as scheduled. Let's give it something to eat.
All right, it's moving again.
There it is. Giant enemy crab.
Did you hear something? Ah! Is that the mechanical crab the caravan was talking about? It's charging straight at us!
That doesn't look like a crab. I mean, I guess it kind of does.
It looks strong. Be careful.
The so-debbed competent, so-debbed component thief.
Scatter!
Ow!
Nowhere to hide. No one escapes my sight.
As a good knight should.
Propagate!
Ow. Alright, let's try this.
Got lucky that time. Speed of light. Just try to escape this time, you naughty caravan robbing crab! Hey, playing dumb won't save you. Spill it! Why are you stealing so many mechanical parts?
It doesn't seem to understand us, Paimon.
It doesn't seem capable of comprehending complex questions. Keep an eye on it. I'll search around the area for the caravan's goods. I don't know why you're stealing mechanical parts, but they don't belong to you. Stolen items must be returned to their rightful owners. Any objections?
It looks so sad.
You came from the depths of the contaminated region, right? How about you help us with something? If you take us there, I'll give you some mechanical parts as a reward.
It reacted.
Does it understand us?
We can't be certain yet. Its excitement may be a simple programmed response upon seeing mechanical components.
Okay, so you want the crab to lead us into the contaminated region?
That's right. The contaminated region has a large and currently expanding perimeter, so it would be difficult to conduct a thorough search. If we charge straight in, we'll get lost like headless pigeons. Also, our new friend here seems to be full of secrets. I've been studying this contaminated region recently, and I have a hypothesis of my own. So to be absolutely safe, it would be best to have a guide lead the way.
I'm thinking Conrian tech that's causing sludge, just like in the chasm. That's my theory.
Paimon gets it now. Does the scuttler understand what you're saying?
It doesn't have to, as long as it isn't hostile towards us. I gave it some components that it will definitely take back to the contaminated region. So long as it doesn't attack us, we can simply follow along.
It seems to be really happy.
Listen to me. Wait for us here. No running off. We'll be back soon. If you're still here when we return, I'll give you another mechanical part as a reward. Understood?
Does that count as understanding us?
I'm not sure, but our priorities are to retrieve the mechanical components and to purchase Vasanti grass to make medicine with. We should return, but before we do, we need to set up a few traps. Can't have that crab escaping.
Now that I see it from behind, it does kind of look like a crab. Ah, these are the traps. Alright. It's kind of a weird thing. Yeah, whatever. Okay. I actually don't know how Tighnari's kit works, like, at all. I'm told that they added him to the standard banners, so odds are we might get him at some point just from losing a 50-50.
Oh! These are the mechanical parts that were stolen! You really got them back for us! Thank you all so very much. I don't know how I can repay you. Wait, didn't you want to purchase Vasanti grass? Don't worry about the price. They're on the house. How many do you need?
2 is enough.
No, that won't do. Here, I'll throw in some more.
No need. I've already received a reward from you.
Reward? You mean that bag of mechanical parts? They aren't worth much compared to this merchandise.
But those parts are very useful to me. Just like the Vasanti grass. I retrieved the things you needed, and you gave me what I needed in return. Oh, and before we go, just a reminder, the forest has an intricate and biodiverse ecosystem. Even if there were no mechanical crabs, other dangers are still present. Take caution on this route.
Where are they going on that route where they're getting attacked by that crab anyway?
Noted. Thank you all ever so much.
Are they going to, like, Leeway?
Let's return to the village. The earlier we can give the child medicine, the sooner he'll start feeling better.
I feel like the main roads would be a safer route where they wouldn't even encounter that crab. Alright. Gotta heal the kid. Gandharvaville. I just remember that I need to do this because it's been a few days. Yeah. Gotta get them Kale upgrade materials whenever I'm nearby. Oh, hi, Kale.
Oh, hi there, Traveler and Paimon.
I wonder if this mission's dialogue is different since we've actually finished the main Archon quest line. Because I believe if I did this mission as soon as it became available to me, that she would still have Elazar at this point.
Master, I prepared the pharmaceutical equipment. Do you need me to help grind the medicine?
No need. A precise dosage is required this time, so I'll do it myself.
Oh, okay.
But once I'm done, you can deliver the medication to the child. He gets a little nervous when I'm around for too long. I don't think he finds me very approachable. I'll go prepare the medication. Traveler, give me a hand.
Alrighty.
How is he? Doing any better? I feel like he's doing a lot better, and his temperature is returning to normal. That's wonderful! Oh yeah, he asked me to tell you that Suna came by earlier, and he told her everything about the toy.
Good kid.
Suna didn't get mad, so he wanted to thank you. Can I ask what happened?
It's nothing. Did you prepare the traveling gear I asked you to?
Of course I did. Are you going somewhere far away?
No, we're going, like, down the road.
Yes, we're going to the contaminated region. Judging by its size, we will likely have to stay overnight.
But, like, Sumeru City is still in the Avidia Forest. Literally, you guys are, like, half in the Avidia Forest already. We're not going that far away.
I'm leaving everything to you while I'm gone.
Huh? But I can't even begin to compare to you.
Many things are learned by doing. And once they've been done, you'll realize they weren't as difficult as you once thought they were.
Learn by doing!
Deal with problems as you yourself see fit. You don't have to emulate me.
That's right! You'll do great, Kale. Alright, then I'll do my best.
Learn by doing.
Master, Traveler, Paimon, take care of yourselves.
Don't worry, everything will be fine.
We'll be all right. You'll understand the reason for this excursion once we arrive at the contaminated region. You put too much confidence in me. Anyway, like you said, things will likely be uneventful.
Yep. I'm not expecting anything eventful today. Nothing at all.
Let's return and find that crab.
I've been meaning to bring this up, but what is the big thing that Tighnari's got on his back right there? It's very intricate and ornate. Into the Hinterland. Go look for the mechanical crab. Do mechanical crab. Hey, the crab's gone.
We're here. This should be... Huh? Where's the crab? Did it secretly scuttle away?
The traps weren't triggered, so it should still be here. Odd.
Okay, walk around with your hands out. It might be invisible. That was not there 10 seconds ago. It's here.
You honored our agreement and waited here until we returned. As such, I'll hold up my end and give you another mechanical part. Keep it safe. I'm not giving you another one if you lose it. Glad you're satisfied. If you want more mechanical parts, take us deeper into the contaminated region. I want to see what happened there.
Alright, where's the crab? Where's the contaminated region? It's over this way?
So this is the contaminated region that everyone's been talking about. Oh, it definitely looks different from normal.
a little bit smoggier.
It's like really creepy and suffocating.
Do you feel unwell at all?
Doing fine so far.
Good. It's as I predicted. Elemental power confers a degree of resistance against the contaminated region's influence.
How do you know that?
How come Paimon never gets affected by all this shit that's supposed to be really damaging to people without elemental powers?
I haven't entered the contaminated region for a proper investigation, but I've conducted quite a few controlled experiments. My observations during our time here have all but confirmed my hypothesis. Look at these flowers. How are they different from normal?
They're more colorful? They're brighter?
This flower species is formally known as the Sumeru rose, but it is also known as the ley line lodestar.
Didn't know that.
They're sensitive to ley lines and emit varying amounts of light in response. Excessive brightness indicates a dangerous level of ley line activity in the surrounding area.
Okay, so something's going on in the ley lines.
From the looks of things, the ley lines around here are already out of control.
You're saying the contamination here is coming from ley lines?
I can't confirm that right now, but I think that is the case. Let's take another look around and see if we can discover more clues.
Another one.
You know, we haven't seen any animals this entire time.
That is a good point. I haven't seen any fish.
The birds used to chirp really loudly, and there were a lot of foxes.
Were there?
This contaminated region currently appears to have a critical efflux of ley line energy, which is probably the root cause of the patient's cognitive disturbances. Some animals have keen awareness. They sensed something abnormal in this area and fled.
Leaky ley lines sure can cause a lot of damage, huh?
I wonder if the water is safe to drink.
Like how plants have preferred growth conditions, we also gradually habituate to our surrounding environment.
That's true.
Climate, temperature, humidity, intensity of ley line energies. When people live under fixed conditions, they reach a sort of homeostasis with their environment.
Yes, that is true.
This equilibrium is broken when the surrounding environment abruptly changes, causing people's bodies to react in abnormal ways.
Yeah, like a sudden heat wave in England, for example.
If normal fluctuations in temperature occur, then our bodies automatically adjust. However, the average person cannot adapt to changes in ley line energy, and so they fall ill.
Ah, I see. Don't pretend you understand, Ether. I know you don't.
Then why are we okay?
He told you earlier, elemental energy. Paimon, I don't know, actually.
I'm not sure why you are, but he and I are fine because our elemental capabilities allow us to adapt to this kind of change.
Thank you, Tighnari.
Of course, it's not a good idea to spend too much time in areas with concentrated ley line energy. The only one who can freely traverse this place is probably the mechanical crab. That's about it for the investigation. Help me find an open space. I want to test something.
All right, what are we doing? Install a purification device.
Environment, no wind. Target parameters, normal. Setup complete. Excellent. Looks like it's working.
This reminds me of that thing that we used to escape the chasm in the perilous path, or whatever it was called.
What's this?
A purification device that I made. It can absorb excess ley line energy and temporarily stabilize an area.
What a neat thing! Let's set up more and cover the entire region!
I wouldn't mind if that would actually work. Unfortunately, once this contamination is present, it isn't something that a few purification devices can fix.
Let's grab Aqua from Konosuba, put her in a cage, and just leave her here in the river water. Well, maybe that'll work.
The purification devices have their limits. At best, they can only prevent the contaminated region from expanding temporarily.
Purification. 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 Purification.
If we want to permanently eradicate the contamination from the ley line effluents, we'll need to tackle the source.
At the heart of the contaminated region?
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Huh? The mechanical crab is acting a little strange.
Something's coming.
Something's approaching.
Alligators.
So that's it. Now that the ley line energy has stabilized, the monsters that had left are starting to return.
We definitely needed to shove Aqua in a cage here. It was the right plan, I knew it.
Get rid of them quickly. Don't let them get close to the purification device.
Ow. That was easy.
Whew. That's all of them.
All two of them. Uh-oh. Oh no, the mechanical crab brought mechanical jellyfish friends.
Hey! Where are you? Wait for us! Let's hurry and keep up. The mechanical crab went that way. Let's keep up.
Help! Help!
Jasar. Was Jasar the guy that we did the Ruin Golem questline with, or am I mistaking him for someone else?
Hey!
Cut to the chase. No escape. Out! Meanie! Incoming! Get him! Let it rain! With sword comes shadow.
Spring forth!
Don't blink! Speed of light!
Got him. Nope, you're not the guy.
Spare me! Please spare me!
Hey, are you okay?
These injuries are superficial. Don't move, I'll patch you up.
Who are you all? What happened to those mechanical monsters?
Don't worry, we took care of them.
Oh, good. That's, good. It's a monster! Hurry, attack it!
This is a surprisingly passive mechanical crab.
How do we explain this? Krabby here isn't a bad guy. It heard you shouting for help and brought us here to rescue you.
It's faking it. It has to be. Maybe it's gonna partner up with the other mechanical monsters and kill me. Do you know what's inside the forest? It's all
It's all crawling with mechanical freaks!
Yeah, we knew that for a while now.
I just came here to pick herbs, but I accidentally went into the contaminated region and almost died.
Feels like it's a little bit too easy to do that, it seems.
I gotta get out of here. Oh, yes. Yes. I have to escape. Be careful. These mechanical life forms are up to no good. It'd be best if you stayed far, far away from them. No wonder the academia wanted to completely ban the existence of mechanical life forms. Those things should be annihilated.
Damn. I never saw someone with such a racist boner for machinery.
Are you okay?
His inarticulate speech and bodily tremors indicate psyche disruption. He's been inside the contaminated region for too long. We've purified the ley line energy over there. Follow this path out and you'll soon see the village.
But he's gonna die if he don't get any more of that grass, though.
At that point, someone will bring him to Kale for help. I already prepared medication that will return him to normal.
But we only bought 2 things of that grass. It looks like it's expecting something.
So you think you did a good job and want a part as your reward?
It's so hard to understand.
Alright, regardless of what you're thinking, you did some real good this time. That's why I'll give you another mechanical part. Need any help with it? Guess not. Well, make sure to hang on to it. What was going through your owner's mind when he made you, I wonder? You're like a giant mechanical crab on the outside and a fluffy little hamster on the inside.
I was gonna compare it to a loyal dog, but sure.
And also, how do you feel about that person saying that you're as evil as the other mechanical life forms?
Maybe you don't understand that.
Okay, it definitely doesn't understand you.
It seems like it possesses limited understanding only towards matters related to mechanical components. Help others to get parts. That's probably its thought process. As for why it, or rather its owner, is collecting so many components, I'm not sure. It's getting late, so let's set up camp for the night. We'll explore further tomorrow, after a night's rest.
Oh, wow. I have no health. Alright.
Hey, over here! Come on, you big lummox.
Oh,
Raise your head and look up.
Why are you up there? I mean, I guess the high ground is better for camping,
Let's set
right?
up camp here.
Alright, Hyman also thinks it's a good spot.
I mean, it's not in the water, and there's no alligators, so I consider those to be 2 pluses.
Oh. Any particular reason?
This place is perfect to put up a big tent.
That too. There's a flat piece of area where there's already cleared out ground.
We can also set up a cooking pot and cook tons of delicious food.
A very Paimon reason.
You're not wrong, but the primary reason for choosing this place is because its higher elevation keeps us away from the water vapor below.
The water vapor? The water vapor rises, my friend.
Rainforests are very wet. You should always be careful when spending the night in damp places.
It's going to be damp no matter where we go, though.
For the next tasks at hand, let's divide and conquer. I'll set up the tent, you'll be in charge of making the fire, and Paimon will forage for edibles nearby.
I have Amber. She's perfect for lighting fires.
Leave it to Paimon. Paimon's a pro.
I'm not expecting that much. Just do what you can. That's right. You can use rushes to start a fire in the wilderness. Their piths are relatively dry and can be readily set aflame. The downside is that they produce a lot of smoke.
Traveler,
Really? You couldn't find, like, any star shrooms, or... What are they called? I guess the animals are out.
Paimon didn't know that rainforest had so many interesting plants until we came here. There were all sort of weird-looking mushrooms, but Paimon didn't know which ones were edible. Paimon also saw wild berries on the ground, and Paimon was gonna fly over and pick them up, but the dead leaves on top suddenly started moving. It freaked Paimon out.
Those were probably dead leaf butterflies. They camouflage as dead leaves to evade predators. My guess is that they mistook you for a bird when you flew over, so they fled. Little did they know that you were more scared than they were. Never mind. The tent's up, so you two go rest. I'll forage for food.
Oh, wow!
Oh, you found some already.
You have my gratitude. It's more useful than my... Ugh. You don't have to be so mean and point it out like that, Ether. I don't think you would have done all that much better. I thought with the ley line disturbance, there might not have been any food to find.
Paimon understands it this time. It wants mechanical parts again.
Sorry, no part this time.
Oh, I'm loving this crab.
That task wasn't important enough. If every little thing resulted in a reward, then it might start to take advantage of the system. I'll note little things like this and give a cumulative reward at a later time.
Are you running low on parts?
That is one reason.
It looks really sad.
After some further thought, it might come up with some weird misunderstanding if I don't give it something. All right, here's another for you.
Yay! Happy crab!
I'm off to prepare dinner. We'll take shifts on lookout duty tonight. You two can sleep first. I'll wake you up later.
Paimon, I think it's time to give the thing a silly nickname.
We need lookouts?
Yes. Even though most animals fled because of the ley lines, we can't completely let down our guard. It's settled then. I'll set up some pest-repelling devices so poisonous insects don't come crawling into the tent. Have a good night. Not too good, though.
Why not too good?
Hmm? You're still awake.
Oh, I wanted to talk to the crab.
Sleepy. Is this because of the ley lines? It's been a while since we camped outside like this. This feels like when we just started adventuring together. Nighty-night.
Does Paimon sleep floating? I forget. That's right, she does. Also, don't we have a teapot that we could be sleeping in right now? With a fucking mansion in it. The whole point of the teapot side quest with the Serena teapot was specifically so that we never had to do this again.
Hmm? You're awake earlier than I expected. Did you sleep well?
Very well.
That's good. I was worried that you two wouldn't be able to sleep, so I specially used 2 of my homemade incenses. Don't worry. They're made from all natural ingredients. They have a light fragrance and aren't harmful to the body.
But are they going to send me to Trippy Mushroom Land?
Speaking of which, have you seen the crab?
I just got up. Why would you ask me that?
It was scampering around over there just now, but I don't know where it went.
Are you wary of it?
So you can tell. My suspicion is less towards the crab and more directed to its unrevealed owner. A ley line effluence of this magnitude occurred without any warning. Someone probably disrupted the natural flow of the ley lines. Until we fully understand the situation, take extra caution. The academia has banned mechanical lifeform research for years, so the origin of these creatures is very suspect.
Banned research? The Academia previously conducted research with mechanical life forms?
Topics related to mechanical life forms were popular in the Spontama for a time. Some of my juniors had also thrown themselves into such research. They proposed an intriguing idea. Use our knowledge to create a new and practical life form that could help humanity conquer nature. However, no matter which modules or parts are installed, a machine is innately a construct that receives and executes commands. They can never possess self-awareness like us or other living organisms. In their pursuit to discover the differences between mechanical and biological life forms, zealous researchers performed unregulated vivisections and other absurdly cruel experiments on animals. Research on mechanical life forms was thus banned.
So it got banned because people were doing unethical dissections? Weak sauce. Just ban the fucking unethical dissections. You don't have to ban the field of study.
The irony is that the researchers became even more impetuous afterward. Who knows? Maybe this subject will be unbanned in a few years.
Do you like this area of research?
That's a difficult question to answer. I'm interested in the topic of mechanical life, but I don't like the researchers' attitudes.
Anything in particular, or because of the conquest through nature is bad?
It's just my personal opinion. My ancestors and the Valuka
Oh, there's the
Shuna
crab.
of the desert coexisted together and supported one another. The bloodline of my people was born from this symbiotic relationship. So to me, all life is important. To understand life, you must first respect it. Life is not an expendable commodity, and knowledge should not be wielded like a scepter. These are the points of contention I have with some researchers, and why I left the academia. By placing yourself above other life forms, what kind of results do you expect to get from researching pure life with impure intentions?
I understand what you mean.
Really? Well, I'm glad to hear it.
It's Beck.
Coffee? Did you prepare this for us?
The crab made coffee? How did the crab make coffee? Looks like it wants a reward again. But I don't get... How did it make coffee?
All right. Seeing that you're working so hard to help out, I'll give you another part. You're not planning on using it. Many of your own parts are critically degraded, and you're running low on power. All right. Suit yourself. Oh, and thanks for the coffee, but I'm about to go to sleep. Leave it with him. The night watch is yours. Stay safe.
How the fuck did it make coffee? No, I want a fucking answer to this question. How the fuck did it make coffee?
Sorry. Paimon slept through the entire night.
It folded into cube. Your punishment is solo watch duty. It's okay.
Really? You're not mad? Don't worry. Paimon will be sure to stay awake next time.
Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. Quick question. Do you feel off at all?
I feel a little dizzy.
Me too. The farther in we go, the closer we get to the source of the ley line effluence.
We're really not that far
We'll
into
be
the
heading out
forest,
earlier
though.
Today. I'll take down the tent.
Is there something we can do?
Extinguish our fire so we don't set the entire forest aflame.
They say that, but this is a rainforest and the humidity is not going to be that serious. But yes, you should dampen out the fire.
Also, retrieve the pest-repelling devices from last night. We don't want to affect the ecosystem here.
Got it! Paimon will take care of the fire.
Why don't you just say clean up the whole campsite? We're going to have to do all that anyway. I'll retrieve the
All
pest
right.
repelling devices.
Let's meet back here later.
And if we're coming back, we could just leave the tent then. Ba-doop-ba-doop-boo.
Guess it'll have to wait until we return.
What's going on?
I also just remembered that I forgot to apply essential oil to my tail. You probably noticed that it isn't as glossy as usual.
I don't think I've ever noticed it being glossy. Nope, I don't see it.
Perhaps one night doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah, fun fact, you shouldn't be washing your hair every single day. All that does is waste water and chemicals. Every other day is probably the most frequently you should be washing your hair, because you're going to just basically... there's a lot of reasons. I don't want to get too technical on it, but you can either basically cause your scalp to actually dry out from all the water evaporating from it. Although we're talking about a tail here. So maybe it's more of you're absorbing too many oils into the fur or hair. I don't know how tails work. Somebody help me. I don't know how tails work.
I'll make a new blend when we get back. It should make up for last night. I should have some leftover herbs from last month.
Honestly, until he brought it up earlier, I was going to mention it earlier, but I didn't even realize that Tighnari had a tail. Because I believe when we met Tighnari earlier on, I definitely didn't notice a tail. Until we did this mission, I didn't notice he had a tail.
How do you put out a fire?
Really, Paimon? Really? Alright, now that the fire is out, we just need to pack up the cooking pot.
Alright, it's about time to head out. As we go further in, we may encounter more berserk machines. The effects of the ley lines will also increase. If you're struggling, it would be wise to avoid conflict.
Good, I love skipping fights. It means I die less and pull less.
Try to conserve as much energy as possible until we reach the source of the contamination.
Someone needs assistance.
As I thought, the closer we get to the contamination source, the more mechanical monsters that appear.
Oh, we have to defeat them.
I'll catch up. I must leave no stone unturned.
No escape! Hey! Cut to the chase!
Die, please.
Steady as stone. Time to clean up.
This is gonna kill one of them.
Scatter! Don't blink! Speed of light! Nowhere to hide.
Go.
Incoming. Hey! Let it rain.
Oh, reinforcements have arrived.
Scatter!
to the chase.
That's it. Hyper Bloom, baby. Hyper Bloom.
Hey!
Into the Hinterland. Heart to the machine. Someone's surrounded by hilichurls. Where?
It stopped here.
Upon closer inspection, the plants here are really different. Leyline energies are also stronger here. This may be the place we've been looking for. Ready yourselves. We're going in.
It's a cave. Oh, it's a domain. Okay. Alright, recommended dendrohydrofire or something. Sorry, Noelle, we're swapping you out for Barbara.
We can do this.
It's the only Hydro unit I have. But hey, if we're pulling on the Yelan banner, we might end up with a Xingqiu. Or even better, a Yelan. I have a few more 4-star weapons now, so I actually have a pretty good weapon to give a Xingqiu if we have him. Or, I could meme it up and give him another R5 Harbinger of Dawn. Oh.
There's a ton of mechanical monsters here. They made this place their lair.
Looks like there's no way to sneak by. Let's take care of them quickly. Ha! Cha! Cha! Ka! Hoom!
Oh, that's broken.
Ka! 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 Can't see.
Okay, so his skill
Cha!
lets us miss.
Cha! Cha!
What happened to aiming as a bow user?
Ha! Ka! Huh. I hear everything. Keep up.
Wow.
Ha! Cha! Cha!
No one escapes my sight. Don't blink. Let the show begin. Hi. Huh. Oh.
That's right, Barbara. Use that clam set. Clam set damage.
With sword comes shadow.
Examine the strange device. Oh, yeah, that looks like a strange device to me. Like a pump of some kind.
What is this?
Never seen a machine like this before. I don't feel too well.
Leyline energy is spilling out from here. This device, it's extracting energy from the ley lines without end. Who in the world would do this without considering the consequences? The ley lines won't be able to repair themselves if their flow is perpetually disrupted like this.
That's terrible. We have to stop it. Let Paimon see. Paimon doesn't see controls anywhere.
I'm starting to feel dizzy.
Standing here is equivalent to being directly showered in leyline energy, which may cause irreversible damage to your body.
Cool. Let's get far away from it and shoot it from a distance.
Take Paimon and get out of here. I'll see if I can find a way to turn this thing off.
But you're also vulnerable to the ley lines, right? We're staying. We can't leave you here by yourself.
Then let's look for it together. If there is no control unit here, then there must be a trapdoor somewhere.
You know where it is? Hey, wait for us!
There was an illusion. Treasure! Alright.
What's this? It'll only show up if you step on it?
Be careful, and watch your step.
What's going on here?
Look! Someone's here! Are you the one that's taking the ley line's energy? Turn off that machine now! Why aren't you saying anything? Too ashamed?
His body is cold.
He's dead.
It's emaciated, and his eyes are sunken, likely from chronic malnourishment and stress. He collapsed and never got back up. What exactly happened here? Almost forgot about you. Here, this is the last one.
What is it doing?
I'm not sure. Judging by this room's layout, this place was a laboratory. We should find a repository of research documents if we keep going. The file room will definitely give us some clues, so let's go take a look. Maybe we can piece together what happened here.
Just a fucking corpse in the middle of the room? Cool. There's a cage over here. Mechanical crab stands in front of a machine as if it's thinking about something. Uh-huh. Ears, triangles, chair, books, machine pump, another cage, and a corpse. Alright. I think that I've seen all I need to see here.
Wow! It's huge in here!
This place is a natural hiding spot with how hidden it is. The pipes continue further. Let's head in.
It's like a whole city in here almost.
Did you two find anything?
There are a lot of lab notes, but it would take way too long to read through them all. I found a tape recording used for an experiment, and based on its serial number, it's from 2 years ago.
Tape recording?
Oh, that's right. I sometimes forget that this is a setting that doesn't have a lot of technology.
Yes, the Spontima created a device that visually records experiments and consolidates the final production into a tape. However, these devices are expensive to make and aren't entirely stable. That's why they are only used in some laboratories and do not see wider usage.
Come on, let's watch it.
Hold on, let me figure out how to play the tape. Goes there. Ah, okay, this should do it.
Kakata? Kakata? Seriously, I look away for 1 second and you're gone?
Ah, so the crab has a name.
There you are. Look here. This is our new home. I, Abattouy, will unleash my talents here and amaze those ancient fossils at the Academia. Oh, you're also quite happy. Kakata, do you know what we're about to do? Yes, I thought not. Listen up, Kakata. I'm going to make a mechanical life form that can be mass-produced. The technology will be unlike anything else that exists. I'll use mechanical organs, and electric currents will course through them like blood. A steel-cast heart that will beat forever, and a brain of myriad components that can think like mine. Inspiration from the ruins and the research that the Academia had banned. I hope everything can start anew from this place. When you can understand our language and live among us, you will no longer be a boring machine, but a truly living being. It's fine. You will understand. One day, you will understand me.
Uh-oh.
Karkata is the mechanical crab, right? And that researcher named Abattouy said he wanted to prove something to the Academia?
Banned research.
I remember now. I had a junior researcher named Abattouy. He was expelled from the academia for researching mechanical life forms.
Junior researcher?
Yeah? What's wrong?
Nothing. Paimon was just wondering, doesn't Abattouy look older than you?
He is, but academic progression isn't tied to age. I finished my studies a while ago, so subsequent students generally considered me as their senior.
Oh.
It's a seniority thing.
Of course, age can be an issue. For a while, people always dragged me into pictures. I felt like some kind of animal on display. That isn't important. Let's go and see if we can find other tape recordings.
Written on it. Let Paimon see. Oh, it's from a half a year ago!
That's quite the time gap. I wonder what happened in between.
It's rare that you malfunction because of an operational error. Seems that making coffee is still somewhat difficult for you. Or is there an issue with my set parameters?
How does the crab make coffee?
All right, there you go. Water entered the chela and caused it to short circuit, so it couldn't receive signals from the ganglion. Look at me, talking to you like this. You can't understand me anyway, can you? It's fine. I swapped in some new parts, so you should be all right now. Try moving around. Everything in working order? Be more careful next time. We're tight on money right now, so we don't have a lot of parts or power to spare. I'm glad. Carcotta, did you know? Yesterday, I dreamed that you could talk.
He had a dream. He had a dream. People in Subaru didn't dream at the time that this took place.
Aren't the bunch at the academia always saying things like, mechanical intelligence is just an extension of statistics? They were blown away when they saw us talking with each other.
He also doesn't have a fucking Akasha terminal on, too. So this guy might have been in the know.
Too bad it was just a dream. Forget holding a conversation with me. You're so simple that you probably wouldn't even notice if I died.
Oh, fuck. Why'd you have to say that?
Never mind. I should probably be worrying about next month's power.
After Abattouy left the academia, everyone lost contact with him. I thought he was so despondent that he gave up on researching mechanical life forms. Instead, he had holed up here and continued his experiments.
Paimon doesn't feel like he's a bad person. He even changed out Carcotta's broken parts. Why would he mess with ley lines?
He mentioned something about power.
Let's keep looking around.
Oh man, this is getting sad. We already know that he's dead.
Following the serial
How long
numbers,
has he been dead, though?
The next recording should be here. The writing is sloppy. Perhaps his state of mind had changed. There's also an undated tape in the wrong spot. Doesn't seem like Abattouy put it there.
Maybe Carcotta helped him with sorting.
It's hard to say. These are the last 2 tape recordings. Let's watch them.
Sorry, Carcotta. I was just thinking about something. Today might become a special day. In my recent experiments, I successfully gave you a living being's instincts.
Interesting.
When you're low on power, or if one of your parts is damaged, you will prioritize your survival command and proactively recharge or replace your parts. That is a very dangerous thing. And today, I did something even more dangerous. I've officially activated the 3rd generation ley line extractor. The ley lines will serve as our power source from now on. Conducting research on mechanical life forms requires a large amount of power. Even if I scrimped and saved, the more I have wouldn't last for long. I'm also getting tired, Karkata. I don't know what's driving me to continue with this research anymore. They say that even if it simulates the operation of a living creature's organs, a machine is still an ice-cold tool. I want to prove them wrong. I want to turn you into a living, breathing, and talking being. I'm not talking about anything cheerful, Karkata. Modules for language, emotion, and movement. I've been working my absolute hardest to augment and refine your functionalities, but I've never seen an effective response. You are my finest success, but even you can't understand me. All you can do is execute limited responses based on preset commands or keywords. Karkata, I wish you could speak to me, even just once. Yes, you cannot understand me, so you cannot answer me either. It is what it is. In a few days, I'll sell the failed ley line extractor for some more and continue my experiments.
Next tape.
This is new. If I place another 2 control modules here to simulate the brain's thalamus... Of course my heart decides to act up now. Why did I cut medication from our expenses? Karkata, come help me.
All in the all in the name of progress.
Strange. I feel weak. Oh no, I have to shut down the extractor. Shut it off. If we let them recharge indefinitely, they'll go out of control. Right. I never input a command to shut down the extractor, so you don't understand what I'm saying. In the end, it's just like the academia said. Mechanical life forms only bring danger. My research... Was there any point to it at all? I'm sorry, Karkata. In the end, I still wasn't able to turn you into a true mechanical life form.
Oh, fuck.
I see. So the ley line effluence was an accident. After Abattoui's unexpected death, the mechanical monsters were driven by their instincts and continuously drew out power from the ley line extractor. This eventually resulted in severe damage to the ley lines.
And then Karkata.
Paimon understands. Then why didn't Karkata go haywire like the other machines?
Because Karkata is different from the other machines. Structures similar to living organisms, the ability to cry and laugh, and capacity for independent thought. To Abattouy, only a machine with these features could be considered a mechanical life form. Perhaps only by building such a machine could he have the academia acknowledge his protracted research. But if he had slowed down and saw Karkata as a friend instead of an experimental product, he would have noticed. Karkata can't speak. And yet it cares about Abattouy far more than it does about itself.
What does that mean?
You'll see in a bit. But before that, we have a more urgent task at hand.
Gotta turn off the ley line extractor.
First, let's find the control unit for the ley line extractor and shut it down.
Propagate!
of this transparent flooring. It feels like a maze.
Interesting. It's like hard light. Bubble.
Below us is the final room. The control unit is likely in there.
The way ends here. Wanna try jumping down?
Oh, come on. I did not fall that far. Cool steel.
I'll protect us. Huh? Oh, huh. Huh, huh. La, 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 la. Hi. Huh.
10K!
Barbara, huh. Hi.
Oh, what a drag! Ha!
Oh. Huh. Hi. Hi. Let it rain.
Spring forth!
Speed of light. Hey! Huh? 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 Hi. Yeah. Huh? Don't blink. Huh? Yeah. Hit.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Go, Barbara, go! Hi. Hi. Huh. Hi. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Huh.
Come on, Barbara.
Hi. Huh.
Here!
Nowhere to hide. No escape. Incoming. Let's dance. Hi. Huh. Yeah. Huh. 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 Hi. Oh. Huh.
Now we just gotta keep healing.
Huh.
Every attack is 180 HP to everybody.
Huh. 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 Huh.
Propagate!
Enshroud! I'll uproot you!
Let the show begin. Ready, steady, go! Hi. Huh. Hi. Huh. Hi. Oh, yeah.
That was easy.
This should be the control unit. Once we turn it off, the ley line extractor should also shut down. Without an external force damaging the ley lines, they should start to slowly repair themselves. Oh, but I bet you two are more worried about Karkata. Let's head back.
Yeah, I'm more worried about my mechanical crab friend. annoying that you're still getting beginner's protectors out of chests at this point in the game.
Let's dance.
Oh, cutscene. I'm gonna cry. Depressing.
So, Karkata has been collecting parts because it thinks doing so will fix its owner?
Karkata is unable to understand the concept of death. However, it probably remembers when Abattouy replaced its parts when it malfunctioned, and how that restored it to an operational state. It's true that Karkata isn't able to think or understand many topics, but it is like a small child that imitates what adults do.
So that's why it kept stealing mechanical parts. But it can't repair its owner, no matter how hard it tries.
Yes, but the important thing is that it formed the thought of wanting to repair Abattouy. No one knows how this thought came to be, but it has even suppressed the instincts that Abattouy had installed. If it really is as we've predicted, this research truly will make waves in the academia. It might have been possible to achieve this with ancient technology, but no one has been able to do the same with modern tools.
Karkata? Karkata? Can you hear Paimon? Tighnari says you're awesome!
It's not responding.
It reached its limit. It hasn't recharged this entire time, nor has it replaced its severely damaged parts. It's a miracle that it managed to hang on for so long. I'm going to confirm that the ley line extractor has shut down. Come with me. Let them be alone for a while.
I feel like shit now. God, that's depressing. So depressing. Ah! Oh.
The ley line extractor has ceased operations. Traces of ley line energy are still in the atmosphere, but the effluence's source has been stopped. The purification devices will handle the rest. Moving on, those affected by the ley lines need immediate care. We'll put up an announcement on the bulletin board about the dangers of entering the contaminated region, and for symptomatic individuals to find Kale.
What about Karkata and Abattoui's research?
According to the Academia's policies, we need to bring everything back. Research materials related to mechanical life forms will be destroyed, and Karkata will be disassembled and sealed away.
God, that's so depressing!
What the heck?
You two should return first. I'll take care of things here. Although we've stopped the source of the effluence, the ley line energy in the air exceeds normal values. Your bodies won't be able to hold up if you continue to stay here.
But...
Listen, the Traveler hasn't rested very well, right? Also, it'll take some time to pack up all the research documents. You're not familiar with this research after all, so you won't be of much use here. Tell the Adventurers Guild that the incident has been resolved, and then get some sleep. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Oh, and don't talk about Abattouy. The fewer that know about mechanical lifeform research, the better.
All right. Then let's go back to Catherine.
This is so sad. It's really good writing, but it's so sad. I don't really have words to describe how much this makes me feel. Abattouy. Well, I hope that's not where we fucking just end the mission. Because that's going to be even more depressing. This entire man's life's work. Heart of the Machine, quest completed. Go to Catherine. Garden memories. I hope there's some level of fucking resolution to this. I hope his research goes on. This man deserves recognition for his scientific contributions.
Anyway, so the contaminated region turned out to be a ley line effluence deep in the forest. Things are already getting back to normal.
I see. Thank you for your hard work.
Oh my god, did you see how bad the textures for that plate behind her were for a few seconds?
Once the excess ley line energy dissipates from the air, we should be able to make an announcement for residents to resume their normal activities. This is the stipulated reward. Please accept it.
Yay.
Is Karkata going to be sent back to the academia? It's already damaged, but Paimon feels sad thinking about it getting disassembled.
Me too.
Oh, then how about we find Tighnari tomorrow and ask him not to do that? Paimon really wants to go right now, but Tighnari said that we would discuss matters tomorrow. We'll probably make him mad if we go now, huh?
Probably.
Alright then, we'll find Tighnari tomorrow and tell him not to disassemble Karkata.
He's gonna have already done it by then, isn't he? He said to go to Partis DI, right? While we're here, let's look for Hypatia, because I haven't really talked to her since the whole Archon quest nonsense. I probably should have talked to her before we deleted, Scaramouche from the records. Whoops. She's still in here? Oh, that's Camilla. No, she is not in here. Oh well. Really? They're really finicky when they mean the next day, don't they? Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping. Tick-tock, tick-tocks, clock, something, I don't really know. Welcome, the future is now.
How are you feeling? Sleep well? We should go find Tighnari. How do you think we should ask him?
I don't know. I want to adopt a giant robot crab.
Keep your voice down. The lilac daphne, a daphne of the genus Thameliaceae, has a strong anticonvulsant effect, can be made into an anesthetic powder. Extrapolating from these two datasets, it would be particularly potent against Piscine species. Hey, make sure you're getting all this down.
Karkata?
I thought I told you all to keep your voices low. Plants aren't afraid of noise, but your shouting is making my ears ring.
Oh. I keep forgetting that he has those big ears. I never thought that they would make his hearing more sensitive.
You didn't disassemble Karkata?
Why would I do that?
But Paimon thought you said, according to the Academia's policies...
So that's why you two barged in like barbarians at this hour. Fine. I suppose I wasn't clear enough about this yesterday. What I meant was, according to the Academia's policies, all products of research must be destroyed. That's why we can't let the Academia discover that place.
So the real reason you stayed back was to...
Anyway, the first thing I did was repair Karkata. During my time at the Academia, I took an elective course at the Spontama. Who knew it would prove useful one day? We then buried Abattouy together. After organizing the research materials, I kept some as a souvenir. Most of it was burned to hide the evidence. I'm not with the Academia, so what do their policies have to do with me? On the other hand, I am the Forest Watcher of the Avidya Forest. I have a duty to protect all life in the forest. All life brought forth in this world has meaning, and Karkata is no exception. If it exists, then it shouldn't be carelessly abandoned or destroyed.
That's great! Wait, you just said life form. You recognize Karkata as a true living being now?
I mean, I do.
The possibility exists, is all. It's hard to explain Karkata's efforts to repair Abattouy. Abattouy only left behind a small portion of his research. Who knows how many commands he installed? Maybe a conflict between all those commands resulted in this sort of behavior.
Then why'd you destroy any of his research? It was invaluable.
From a
Not
more
invaluable. It was
rigorous
priceless.
perspective, it is impossible to conclude that Karkata is a real life form. But the possibility exists. I am willing to believe in that. By the way, I'm not interested in continuing research on this subject. I'm just letting it hang out here because this place is relatively secluded. But as things stand now, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make it my research assistant. At the very least, it can record my experiments. What do you think?
The unanswerable problem. The problem of death. Hello. I'm happy for you, boy.
When people at the Academia included me in a group photo, they would also send me a copy. I have zero interest in group photos, but I also wouldn't just throw them away. I stored them all in a box. After coming back yesterday, I looked through them and found one with Abattouy. I gave it to Karkata, and it seemed happy. That's good enough.
It's not the happy ending I would have wanted, but that's as close as a happy ending as I'm gonna get. It's a good thing I have a pile of M&Ms on my desk, because I'm gonna need that comfort food. Anyway, I guess thus ends the story of Abattouy. That was very barely even a Tighnari story. That was more of a story Tighnari was there for. But we have about another couple. Do I want to do another one of these? Probably should. That was about an hour and a half, right? We can do one more. We're starting to just pick through these. Suspicious smuggling case. Sands of Solitude. Look around the academia. I wonder when this one took place, because I believe this mission was added to the game during 3.1? Which means, I guess we would have met Cyno at this point, but it would have been after the whole Dotori running out of the city thing. Oh god. Game? Game! Oh, there it goes.
Wait, you two! Just a moment, please. You're the Traveler in Paimon, right? I thought you two looked familiar. People have been talking all about you.
Who are you?
It's a pleasure to meet you. Do you have a moment? There's something I'd like to discuss with you.
Have we met before?
My name is Nabil. I'm a Matra in the Academia. You're friends with Cyno, right? I've heard him mention you before. Currently, Cyno is out investigating a case involving smuggled canned knowledge. It's been days since we've last heard from him.
Oh no. Do you think he's in trouble?
Right, he's a Matra. That's the police or something, right?
Well, to be completely honest, it's pretty hard to imagine anything that could pose a threat to Cyno. But since we haven't heard from him, we're starting to suspect that the case might be more complicated than we had originally thought. Word has it that you two are brave, smart, and extremely capable adventurers. Do you think you could lend us a hand and help investigate the smuggling?
That's not true. They're just brave. And extremely capable.
Alright, since you asked so nicely, we'll help.
You have any further intel regarding the case?
Large amounts of canned knowledge from unknown origins have been appearing on the market recently. Cyno suspected that there's a secret route being used to move the capsules. According to some research, using large amounts of canned knowledge could lead to some serious consequences. And, unfortunately, most people have yet to realize that. Rumors also have it that some particularly dangerous canned knowledge has made its way into the market. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or not, this case calls for urgent action.
Also, I believe, because of the fact that the Yakasha terminal doesn't exist anymore, canned knowledge doesn't work anymore, so this should be a non-issue. Maybe this mission should have been required before we completed the main Archon quest? Just maybe?
Last we heard from Cyno, he was investigating somewhere outside Sumeru City. It seems that he had found some leads at the time, but we haven't heard from him since.
Oh, imagine if we did the Tighnari questline, and then when we had to defend Hypatia from the Abattouy, imagine if Karkata was out there helping us fight off the Abattouy. Oh, that would have been so cool.
Sounds like we better go look for him. Come on!
Sands of Solitude. Search for clues. man, I still haven't explored this area north of Sumeru City all that much. Aha! Another waypoint unlocked. People keep telling me that the Nahida storyline is actually one of the best character stories in the game as well.
Cyno! There you are! We finally found you!
So I'm kind of excited for that one too when we get to it. Nilo is another one I'm kind of excited for. We'll probably be doing that next stream, but I don't know anything about it. I've heard nothing about it. I'm just excited about it because it's another character that I feel like didn't get to do much in the story.
Ah, it's you two. I knew I sensed a familiar presence. But I'm very busy at the moment. We'll have to chat some other time.
We heard about the case of smuggled canned knowledge.
That's right! Nabil asked us to come and check on the situation.
So Nabil told you about this? Divulging my location without authorization. I'll let it slide for now. This isn't the time for that.
Did he tell us where you were? I thought we were just looking for you in the general vicinity.
I see. Well, the situation might be more problematic than you anticipated. I've already questioned several people, but gained very little information.
Well, that sucks.
Long story short, I was able to learn of the secret location where the canned knowledge is being sold. You're welcome to accompany me if you're interested.
Interesting. I think I need to move my camera a little bit so I'm not cutting off the text when it gets that wide.
Whoa. Sounds pretty complicated. But having a chance to catch bad guys with Cyno, it's like we're a part of the mantra.
Alright.
Alright, sign us up!
Work with Cyno to arrest the subjects. What am I doing? Hi, doggo. Oh. Hello.
I'll race you there.
Free stuff. Ah.
Speed of light.
Treasure.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
going over this way. Okay. Oh, we're just going to fight Fatui? That's boring. Unless we're going past them. Yes! Ignore the Fatui. Ooh, I smell someone cooking garlic bread.
Is this all you got? Seems even less than last time.
What difference does it make? If you see something you like, buy it. If not, then keep walking.
They've
been
what
cracking
Dory's
down on
doing
us
lately.
lately, so we don't have much on hand. If you see something that catches your eye, then now's your chance. There's no telling when we'll have more.
What does the academia think they're doing? Alright, I'll take these here. Let me see what else you have. I don't see any real gems in this batch. It's all pretty ordinary stuff. Whatever, how much do I owe you?
150K. Show us the Mora, and you'll get the goods.
That's like 50K a piece. That's a pretty good deal.
Put the Mora down and your hands up.
It's Cyno! When's he ever gonna let up?
Hey, forget the goods! Let's split!
But don't forget the Mora!
Really? You just gonna slowly collect money?
Dun! Not so fast! You can't escape with Paimon on the case!
Was that a Law and Order reference?
What is this? He's got backup now? Doesn't everyone say Cyno works alone? I don't like the looks of this. Either way, it's gonna be a tough fight. Any ideas?
It's over. It's not like we're making a big cut anyway. I'm not losing my life here.
Huh? Did they really just give up like that?
It's only 150K. That's like 5 days work of just doing honest labor based off of the economy of like the Adventurers Guild pay. So yeah, I ain't gonna lose my life over 5 days pay. Fuck that.
Just like the others I've caught. They're not deep in the circle, just dealers at the bottom of the chain. All right, I have one question and one question only. Where did you get this canned knowledge?
The pickup location is different every time. The boss tells us where it's gonna be and that's it. We don't get a say in it. He sends someone every 5 days to bring us the goods.
And when is the next batch coming?
I don't know.
He's telling the truth. Honest. Normally, we should have received a shipment 3 days ago, but we didn't get anything. The stock we have right now is from 8 days ago, which is why there isn't much left.
Where'd the third guy that was buying come from?
I know exactly why they didn't receive their last batch. 3 days ago is exactly when I started my investigation. I suspect who's ever running this whole thing knew that I was coming. So they cut all contact with these dealers. When you were trying to escape, you said something about me working alone. Where did you hear that from?
Are you kidding? We've known your name since day one in this business. The boss warned us to watch out and even gave us info about you.
Are we literally trying to find and arrest Dory?
But here we are. I guess we never stood a chance.
They already knew all about me and were trying to avoid being detected from the very beginning.
Oh, there's the third guy. He's over there.
These small fries are the only ones they leave out in the open. And no matter how many we catch, it won't further our investigation.
I threw away that paper that is the code to find Dory.
If only we had another lead. Like a merchant who sells large amounts of canned knowledge.
Oh, shit.
Huh? Oh, you mean someone like
Paimon,
nothing?
shut it. Shut it.
Do you have a potential suspect? You'd better bring them to me for judgment.
Whoa! Judgment?
That's right. I won't turn a blind eye on any dangerous suspect.
Oh! Sounds like we shouldn't ever let Cyno meet Dory.
We don't know any merchants. Actually, we were a mistake. He's gonna tell that we're lying, isn't he?
I see. Anyway, I'll think of a way to deal with these two and then continue gathering information.
We're literally aiding and abetting a criminal while helping with an investigation. Wow. Props to you, Hoyoverse.
If you manage to learn anything, you can find me at Caravan Rebot.
That being said, I don't think canned knowledge should be considered a crime. It was only considered a crime because the Grand Sage said it was a crime. But the Grand Sage isn't around anymore. But then again, this mission was meant to take place before Act 5, so I guess there's that. Actually, when the hell is this meant to take place? Because during like most of what's going on, he's stuck in the middle of the desert. Because every move is being watched by the sages.
And as for you, I don't ever want to catch you buying canned knowledge again. If you possess any unused knowledge capsules, then you should submit them to the authorities immediately.
Okay, I got it. Just keep your nose out of my business.
Ultra Pro.
Hey, what's with the attitude, mister?
What, you got a problem with that too? Listen, buying canned knowledge is a deal between two people, the buyer and the seller. We don't need people like you butting in on our business here. Think about it. If the academia is hoarding something as convenient and useful like canned knowledge, then they must have been planning only to use it for themselves. Am I right?
You may have a point.
The academia has clearly published the potential dangers of canned knowledge. I don't like having to repeat things. And besides, I'm sure you wouldn't listen anyway. I just hope you understand that your actions are what fuels the smuggling of canned knowledge. If I ever catch you again, I will personally see to it that you are punished. All right, Traveler. I need to go now.
Alright, there he goes.
Ha! You think you can scare me?
Traveler, why don't we go talk to Dory? She's got loads of connections and might be able to tell us something about all this.
I have a bad feeling that we're going to get followed if we go to see Dory.
If Paimon remembers correctly, she's usually at the Palace of Alcazar's. Let's go!
Is she? No, she's in Port Ormos. Where the fuck would she be at the Palace of Alcazar's? Is this just an excuse to make us explore? They're literally saying, oh no, she's usually at this location that she's never been at before. Solely because you have no reason to ever go here for any reason at all other than exploration. So we put her here.
Bet you can't keep up with me. Bet you can't keep up with me.
The Palace of Alcazar's. Never been over here. No clue what this place is even all about. There's Dory.
Hey.
Yeah.
I see. So that's the latest scoop. Good thing you didn't rat me out. Otherwise, who knows where I'd have to be hiding to avoid attention.
Do you know who's smuggling the canned knowledge?
No idea. Sorry. I've already cashed out of the canned knowledge business. Huh? You mean you stopped selling it? That's right. With so much canned knowledge flooding the market, it was becoming impossible to fetch decent prices anymore.
I saw they were selling for 50k a piece over there. You were selling it for 100k a piece. You cashed out of the market probably at peak value.
Besides, it seems that group of smugglers has practically taken over the market. It's a little rule of mine to never fight for a share of someone else's market. If I'm gonna make Mora, it's gonna be the lion's share.
Interesting.
Plus, with regulations getting as tight as they are now, I figured I might as well just hang it up.
That is the reason. That is some sound reasoning there, actually.
Aw, sounds like we came all this way for nothing. Well, not completely. Granted, I don't know who's behind all the smuggling activity, but since you didn't sell me out, I'll let you in on what I do know. After all, those smugglers have really crossed the line, butting their way into the market like that. I hope their luck runs out soon so that I can take over. I mean, so that the industry can become more fairly regulated.
Yeah, let's go with that second thing.
Hey, you just want to make more business for yourself.
Is selling canned knowledge really that lucrative? Yes, it is. I assume. I don't know what the fucking wholesale price you're getting these things costs you.
Don't underestimate its value. Think about it. You can gain all sorts of knowledge while bypassing the troublesome process of studying. Naturally, that makes it a product worth a high price. Of course, not everyone needs that kind of knowledge, but in a market as big as Sumeru, there is plenty of demand. Plus, the cost of production is relatively low, so even if dealers have to cover transportation costs, there's still an enormous profit to be made.
Okay, I will take that at face value then.
Then why does the academia prohibit selling canned knowledge?
Because they want to hold it all for themselves, Paimon.
Being able to gain complex knowledge and become a scholar with the snap of your fingers does sound like a dream, doesn't it? But everything in the world comes at a price, right? Gaining knowledge is a complicated process. It requires learning, thinking, and practice. Even when it comes to my own business, I have to go through a lot of preparation before I put anything out for sale.
I can imagine in the real world, if you had the ability to instantly learn something from a piece of technology that somebody made, they would try to outlaw it here because it would literally break our education system. Don't underestimate what I'm saying, though. The education system we already have is already very broken and very, very expensive. In places like where you have a free education system, I can imagine stuff like this wouldn't impact the market all too much. But over here in America, I would love to see stuff like this hit the market, just to shove it in all those executives that run and found and own colleges, because y'all's tuition is too damn high. Too damn high. But, and even then, you can make the argument that it won't impact the colleges all that much, because it's not the knowledge you actually go for a college anymore, it's the degree, the certification. The knowledge, in fact, might be considered worthless to some people. I see many people with those t-shirts that say, I spent $36,000 and all I got is this slip of paper. And this dumb t-shirt.
But with canned knowledge, one may simply skip all the hassle and get whatever they need to know immediately. That inherently leads to at least two potential problems. First, you'll accept the knowledge as factual without a second thought, and you'll find it very hard to forget. This means that if the knowledge is flawed, then it'll be very difficult to correct.
Nah, I'm like Ka-ching. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of everything.
And second, excess use of knowledge capsules over an extended time diminishes your ability to think. You'll end up becoming like a library that can only store knowledge.
Ooh, that sounds like a bad side effect. But I think, I don't know if scientifically speaking that actually makes sense.
Oh, that does sound pretty dangerous. Traveler, you used canned knowledge before. Did you feel any negative effects?
Not in particular.
Of course, using it sparingly is not an issue, which is exactly why I used to sell it. It's just like how medicine can be used to cure diseases, but can also do harm when overused. It all comes down to balancing the right amount. Anyway, back to the point. There'll be consequences if the sale of canned knowledge by those smugglers is left unchecked. And what's worse, you're playing right into their hands by focusing only on the canned knowledge that's made its way into the market.
So they're smuggling other things.
As far as I know, their real purpose is to distribute information about the Court of Desolation. That's where the real business opportunity is.
The Court of Desolation? What's that?
Rumor has it that it's a site of ruins from the age of King Deshret. It's said that with the treasures inside, one can see beyond life and death. But any research of the ruins is strictly banned by the academia. Word on the street is that there'll be an auction taking place in the desert. They're auctioning rare canned knowledge, some of which is related to the Court of Desolation. Once I heard about the auction, I began to suspect that all the canned knowledge popping up on the market is just a diversion. I'd wager that their real target is the Court of Desolation.
Why use canned knowledge to distribute information?
Because studying those ruins is not just a simple matter. It requires knowledge spanning several fields. So, if they're aiming to quickly assemble a research team, canned knowledge would be the best solution.
Interesting.
As for the auction, chances are they're trying to attract and scout out anyone with interest or expertise on the subject. On the other hand, no one can say for sure that they will ever succeed in finding the Court of Desolation. So, they might as well just make a fortune while they're at it by hyping up the related canned knowledge at the auction.
Sounds to Paimon like we better head to the desert and see the auction. Who knows, we might find some leads there.
I hope so too.
That's right. And now that I've shared all that valuable info with you, it's time to introduce our limited edition desert travel kit. It comes complete with a map straight to the auction location.
Saw this coming.
As I said, I also have to make preparations before I sell things, right? Now, let me consider how much I should sell this for.
I'll take it for no more than 150k.
I've got it. 500,000 mora per kit. That's quite the bargain. We'll even offer a 50% discount for Little Paimon's travel kit. Only 250,000 mora.
What? That's super expensive.
Very.
No need to worry, little one. Cyno's the one heading this investigation, isn't he? I'll be sure to bill all the expenses to him. All you'll need to do is tell him to go to the Merchants Guild and pay the bill once the mission is completed. Just, be sure to not send him directly here, though, okay? That would leave me completely in the open.
Maybe we should.
I'm sure the General Mahamatra of the Academia would never leave any debt unpaid. And I can only imagine the funds he's allocated for investigations. Oh, maybe I should charge him more.
I have a feeling he isn't going to allocate a lot of money towards this investigation.
We'd better get going. If Dory keeps at it, we'll be out of mora.
There is a thingy here. It's this way. I can't see. Come on.
Don't blink.
Eh.
Incoming. Hey!
Aha! There it is.
Speed of light.
Gotcha. Oh, that's right. He said he was going to be at Caravan Rebot, right? Fun fact. Cyno is the shortest male character in the game currently.
Cyno! We got news for you. What the smugglers are really after is a chance to research the Court of Desolation. They are hosting an auction in the desert to sell canned knowledge about those ruins.
The Court of Desolation. I won't ask how you came by this intel, but is it reliable?
Yes, it should be. That's all we have to go on for the moment.
We also heard that the Court of Desolation contains treasures from the time of King Deshret. Is that true?
Partially. It was a secret place built by a dark sect from the age of King Deshret. The ruins do contain treasures, but the place is also rife with unknown dangers.
Cool, we're Indiana Jonesing again, boys.
According to past research, one must forfeit their life as the price of entering. They are not some ordinary ruins, so the Academia has strictly prohibited any related research. However, if they are using the canned knowledge as a way to move information and recruit researchers, then I suppose your conclusion does hold some validity.
It also might be why they're undercutting the canned knowledge market.
Regardless, we need to go into the desert.
Are there many people trying to study the Court of Desolation?
Less in recent years, but there are always those who attempt to do so, both inside and outside the Academia.
Oh look, there's a poster for cards for the Genius Invocation TCG on that bulletin board. And also a bed.
After all, legends claim that whoever obtains the treasures inside can see beyond life and death. Or even resurrect the dead.
Yipes.
Death is often the greatest grievance for many people. Though they're fully aware that the chance of these rumors being true are slim, they hold tight to such fantasies and pursue them regardless. That's why some continue to research it, regardless of it being a restricted subject. On top of that, it's hard to track the source of information contained in canned knowledge. Do you know where the auction is taking place?
Yes, we do.
Good. We'll go investigate. But before that, we'll have to get rid of these people tailing us.
Huh? People tailing us?
That's right. Let's begin to leave town and see what happens. I'm sure they'll reveal themselves as soon as we make a move. Don't worry. I'll make short work of them.
That's Cyno for ya. But we can lend a hand too, you know.
Alright. I guess we're gonna go fight some bandits. So what do you think? Treasure hoarders or eremites?
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Oh. Sounds like someone dropped some plates. I mean, it could be Abattouy too, actually. Gotcha. It didn't drop meat. It didn't drop meat! Why did I just suddenly get, my burst?
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Hold it right there. Heading to the desert, are we? I would think twice if I were you.
Eremites it is.
Huh? Who are you?
That doesn't matter. All you need to know is that someone wishes to inform you that it's not too late to turn back. You must be Cyno. I've heard a lot about you. You've got quite a reputation. But this time you're in over your head. Unless you turn around right now, I'm afraid that even you won't return unscathed. And as for you two, why bother sticking your noses in trouble that doesn't even concern you?
We're just here to help Cyno.
That's right! We won't just sit back and do nothing!
We have fought gods and dragons. Multiple gods, even. What do you expect to do to us?
Ha! Have you really thought it through? You're not just doing this for recognition, are you, Cyno? My employer said that he's willing to compromise as long as you just walk away. He could, for example, reduce the amount of canned knowledge on the market. I'm sure that would help your investigation appear to be successful enough. On top of that, he's willing to give you a cut of the profit. So you see, you get both Mora and a boost to your reputation. I can't think of a reason why you would pass that up.
Now I'm wondering who the employer is. Well, considering that that it's not Dory, how fun would it have been if the big twist is it's Dory the whole time?
Is that so? Well, I can't think of a reason why I'd accept. I've heard enough. Get out of my way.
Sorry, no can do. We're getting paid to ensure you disappear. Since you won't turn back willingly, then we're gonna have to make you go back.
Alright. Cue the Sumeru battle music.
A new punching bag.
Incoming.
Oh, I forgot I still have Barbara.
Show begin.
Let it rain.
Take that!
Not so hard. That's cheating.
Where do you think you're going?
Out, meanie.
Take that!
Oh wait, we actually got Cyno. How do you work?
Nowhere to run.
Oh, I forgot to look at your... that reminds me, I forgot to look at Tighnari when we were playing him earlier. Oh well. Alright. What do? Spear attack, boring. Secret Rite, Charismatic Soulfarer, performs a swift thrust, dealing electro damage to opponents in the path, and Cyno is under the Pact-Sworn Path Clear state, triggered by Sacred Rite Wolf's swiftness. He will instead unleash a Mortuary Rite that deals thunderous AoE electro damage and extends the duration of Pact-Sworn Path Clear. Sheesh. Cyno's normal charge plunging attacks will be converted into electro damage, cannot be overridden. Cyno's elemental mastery and resistance to interruption will increase. He gains immunity to electro charge damage. This effect will be cancelled when Cyno leaves the field for a maximum of 18 seconds. Featherfall Judgment. When Cyno is in the Pact-Sworn Path Clear state, activated by Sacred Rite Wolf Swiftness, Cyno will enter the end tier stance at intervals. If he activates the Sacred Rite Cosmic Soulfarer, while affected by this stance, he will activate the Judification effect, increasing the damage of his Sacred Rite. Alright. Three Duststalker bolts, 100% attack as electro damage. Authority over 9 bows. Cyno's damage values will be increased based on his elemental mastery as follows. Pact-Sworn Path Clear, normal attack damage is increased by 150% of his elemental mastery. Talent... So he's an EM? Electro character. Interesting. Gift of Silence. 25% more rewards when dispatched on Sumeru Expedition. That's the same one that Farazan has.
Surrender!
Woo!
Nowhere to run! Surrender!
Where do you think you're...
He must have a constellation that's giving him energy back, right? Cyno's speed increased by 20. I guess not. This is just getting energy every time so far. Maybe I'm just lucky.
Futile!
Alright, I want to test out his burst.
Judgment is upon us. You stand condemned.
Whoa.
Your penance is due. Not welcome here. You stand condemned. Lucky today. Surrender. Nowhere to run. Surrender.
That was fun. He seems fun to play as.
This doesn't change anything. You're in over your head, Cyno. There will be others coming for you. You'll regret it. Let's get out of here.
Are we not going to attempt to arrest them? Shouldn't we
No
follow
need.
them?
Even if we apprehend them, there'll be little information to gain. Besides, it might also be a trap.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I apologize for bringing you into this dangerous mess. Just being associated with me will inevitably cause you to become targets as well. You should be careful from now on. Sleep with one eye open.
Wait, hold on. There's no way anyone could sleep without closing their eyes. Right?
I'm gonna let you in on a secret, Paimon. I really hated my junior... Not my junior, my... What's my junior year? Yes, I really hated my junior year of high school so much that I actually trained myself to sleep with my eyes open so that I could sleep through my English class. It is very hard to do. It really wore out my eyes. I actually had to start taking eye drops. But you can do it. You're not any more alert, but you can sleep with your eyes open. But this is a little bit of a different thing.
You'd be surprised. Anyway, just be careful.
That being said, if I was sleeping like
Mercenaries
this...
are never quick to forget.
I feel like this
In
would be
their
harder
line
to
of
do.
work, even a single failure is bad for reputation. They may even stay hidden in some dark corner for a very long time, waiting for the right moment to ambush you. They'll do anything to keep their prestige intact.
Have you encountered that kind of situation before?
Yes. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Flashback?
I was carrying out a mission with one of my superiors. I didn't have much experience at the time, and I let my guard down after we had closed the case. We ended up being attacked by the remainder of the mercenaries. My superior was injured while protecting me, and we struggled to gain control of the situation. I've become more vigilant ever since, staying alert even while I sleep.
Whoa, who could have seen that coming? Was he okay?
He survived with a fractured wrist. It took 2 months for him to recover. But luckily, there weren't any further complications. Last year, he transferred to an administrative role for personal reasons, and no longer participates in live missions.
I guess it's a form of early retirement, in a way.
His name is Taj Radkani, a very well-respected Matra. You'll have the chance to meet him someday. Anyway, our mission will be dangerous. I'm already used to such grueling conditions, but I don't want to see you two get hurt.
We're stronger than you.
Don't worry, Paimon will stay alert. We'll see danger coming a mile away.
We've also experienced a lot of sticky situations.
Good. Don't worry. It won't be long till we're at the bottom of this. And once this is all over, I'll sweep away any other hidden dangers.
Looks like it wants us to go this way. To the auction site! Oh, I skipped one. Never been over here yet. I wonder if Dia is going to use the scarabs as her ascension material. I mean, it's probably going to be something out in the desert if I had to guess, unless they're going to make a completely new one for it.
Oh, protect us.
Barbara's here. Ah, here we go. All right.
So hot. If only there was some shape for us to cool off under.
Maybe we could take a break.
We still have a long way to go, so you'll need to hang in there for a while longer. This is not a good place to rest anyway.
We're on a dune.
Okay. But don't you feel hot too, Cyno?
Of course, but I'm accustomed to these conditions.
He's also dressed with a lot of clothing that breathes easily.
Care to share any tips? Paimon's about to melt away.
Fan theory. Paimon is a cryo slime. Process that for later.
Just try to stay focused. Use your willpower to support your mind. The moment you start to give in is when you'll feel more tired. Take one step after another. Don't let your mind perceive your body's limitations. We must get somewhere safe before we can relax.
All right, all right.
Okay, if you say so. But where would be a more safe place to rest? Paimon thinks this is a perfectly safe place to stop. Just look around. It's just sand and desert. There aren't any monsters for miles around. Whoa! Where did these scorpions come from?
Probably in the sand.
Watch out. Something's not right about them.
What do you mean? They're scorpions.
No one escapes my sight. With sword comes shadow. Don't blink. Hey!
The scorpions, I feel like, are one of the weakest enemies in the game.
Incoming.
Well, Paimon really didn't expect to see those here.
Those weren't just normal scorpions. See? There are marked numbers on their pincers. They were raised by someone.
Interesting.
Someone doesn't want us to show up at the auction. These scorpions were sent to keep us away. We are surrounded by desert as far as the eye can see. If we were killed out here, nobody would ever know.
Except for that guy that sent us out on this mission.
This place is super dangerous. Good thing we didn't let our guard down.
Something's not right. There are no roads in the desert, so how could they know where we are?
They're watching from a close distance.
Stay still.
Excuse me?
Here's the answer. They must have planted this on you.
When?
Huh? What is it?
A miniature tracking device made by the Ksharwar. They can use this to discern your approximate location. But this device wasn't licensed for mass production. Where did they get it? Could someone from the Ksharwar also be involved? But that doesn't seem right.
Whoa! Paimon never knew that kind of thing even existed!
Yeah.
Why would it be on him?
Yeah, I don't understand the technology gap in this universe.
They probably planted it on the Traveler during our fight with the mercenaries earlier.
Didn't even notice.
It was a frantic fight. It's only natural you didn't notice the device.
Well, good thing you were able to find it, Cyno. Now let's get rid of it.
No. Hold on to it for now. It might still be useful for us. Let's keep heading to the auction. It would be dangerous to linger here any longer.
Yeah. To the auction. Merchantry. Buy high, sell low, something, 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 something. Ow. Bop, 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 ba-da. Bunny.
La, la, la.
13K. Where is this auction site? Is this it? All right.
Weird. Is this where the auction is?
There's nobody fucking here.
Yeah, not a single soul. Maybe they're on break right now or something.
Why would they leave everything out in the open?
We didn't waste any time getting here after we defeated those mercenaries. They shouldn't have been able to give any warning of our arrival.
You don't know that. What about messenger birds?
But even so, they still knew we were coming. Someone here must have been watching the tracker and warned everyone to clear out.
Aw, what should we do now?
We searched the area. They couldn't have moved all the knowledge capsules so quickly.
They probably just
There
took the
might still be
essentials and
something
ran.
left for us to find.
All right, let's take a good look around the area.
Ordinary canned knowledge. Things that have nothing to do with the Court of Desolation. Large amount of canned knowledge to be piled here, enough to fetch an extremely large amount of more at market prices.
Go, Barbara, go!
Scattered footprints have not completely been buried in the wind and sand, but it's impossible to speculate the direction the merchants escaped from the footprints. The Sunderbeast is drinking water leisurely, and seems to be completely unaffected.
Did you find anything?
Nope.
No, nothing in particular.
Only average-looking knowledge capsules.
It's possible there weren't many knowledge capsules containing info about the Court of Desolation, so they carried those off. But don't worry. I have another idea. You two start heading back the way we came. I will remain hidden here. Come back and meet me here after some time has passed. I'm sure something will come up by then.
That's why you wanted me to carry the tracking device.
They packed up in a hurry and didn't have time to carry off all their goods. They won't just leave them here. Once they think we've left the premises, they'll be back to pick up their belongings. We just need to make sure the tracker goes far enough from here to make them assume that it's safe to come back.
Oh, Paimon gets it. We'll lure them out because they'll think we've left. Okay, we'll start heading away and leave this place to you.
That's how you use a tracker against them, I guess.
Yes. And don't worry. If they dare to return, I'll make sure they stay.
He's gonna break their legs.
There's no time to lose. Leave as soon as you're ready.
I'ma head out. Head all the way back to Abattouy Village, I guess.
Ugh, so tired. We've probably gone far enough now, right?
Just go a little further.
Further? But Paimon can't go another step. How about we rest here for a while?
Alright.
It's probably about time for us to head back to the auction.
No, I think we should get further away.
Let's go. Maybe Cyno's finally found some leads.
Oh, look, mushrooms. I find it funny that we can climb up a cactus like it's nothing. Alright, meeting up with Cyno. Ah, there it is.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Alright. It's a shame that my face cam is blocking all the items that I ever pick up from chests. Ooh, there's something shiny over there.
Oh, looks like Cyno caught someone. So you're the bad guy behind all this, aren't ya? Alright, tell Paimon everything you know.
Does he have an important role in the auction?
I didn't act immediately when he showed up. Rather, I laid low and observed for a while instead. He is not the primary instigator, But he is most likely one of the more important dealers here. Am I right?
Yes, impressive. You certainly live up to your reputation, Cyno. If I had any idea you were still around, I wouldn't have gotten so greedy.
Huh? Greedy? What do you mean by that?
Came back to grab any of the abandoned shit and run.
Once everyone knew you were coming, all the canned knowledge dealers abandoned their goods and fled at once. Obviously, there wasn't time to pack up everything. Since all the goods were just left here unsupervised, I thought I'd use the opportunity to come back and take what I could. You know, free merchandise is good business, but I suppose there's no use explaining it now.
You must know who's manufacturing and selling the canned knowledge, correct? Will you tell us willingly? Or do I need to make you talk?
No, I'll talk. But before that, perhaps we can take the conversation elsewhere? If we stay here, chances are that someone will see me with you. That would put both me and my family in danger.
All right. Where do you suggest we go?
To a trap!
How about my home in Aru Village? It should be safe there.
Fuck, we were just there.
Fine. Let's head out. You can throw away the tracker now, Traveler.
I was planning on throwing it away at Aru Village to make it look like we stayed there, but eh.
Listen, buddy, you better not try to trick us.
Come on now. Do you really think I'd try to pull anything under Cyno's watch? Seriously, what can I even do?
All the way to Aru Village we go! I was hoping this would be a shorter 3-hour stream, but it's gonna look like it's gonna probably stretch out to about 4 hours. Oh, look, a little kid. Alright.
Dad, you're back! Oh, we have guests? Hi there.
This is my daughter, Seeming. She can be a little shy of strangers. Why don't you run along now, dear? Dad needs to talk with our guests.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows Cyno in our business, but let me ask, who are you two?
This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
To be honest, I really didn't expect to see Cyno, the lone operator, working with any partners. When I saw the tracker start moving away, I assumed you had decided to just go back empty-handed. But even though you caught me, I'd still urge you to stop while you still can. You should abandon this investigation.
Why is that?
Everything from the manufacturing of canned knowledge to the sales and even splitting the profits. Every step of the process involves dozens, if not hundreds of people. Massive profits have brought everyone together in this business.
Yeesh. It's like a super corporation. I wouldn't be surprised if the academia is behind the whole fucking thing, which would be a real exercise in futility.
Everyone will try their best to defend this industry that we've worked to build. It will be a long and difficult fight, even for you, Cyno.
All the more reason to not outlaw it.
And even if you manage to win in the end, no one will thank you. If anything, you yourself might even feel remorse. Why are you so bent on putting us out of business?
Everyone has their own reasons for what they do. I don't have to explain mine.
What are your reasons?
Here's some tea, Dad. And for the guests, too.
Right. I forgot to offer tea to our guests. Thank you.
What a good kid.
Don't mention it. And, I should tell you that our tea tastes kind of bitter, but I put some sugar in to make it a little tastier.
That's my girl. Do we still have any sugar left? If not, I'll buy some more next time.
Yes, we do. Okay. I'm gonna go have a rest now.
Good kid. What a good kid.
Didn't you say that everyone's in it for the massive profits? That sure doesn't seem to be the case for you.
Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I was hoping to ask you for a favor. My daughter was born with a chronic disease, so she has a relatively weak heart and lungs. Even slightly strenuous exercise can cause her to faint and prove to be a life-threatening risk.
Oh man, I don't need another sob story. I was hoping this would be a nice crime thriller.
That's why she never really had any friends to play with, and why she locks herself up in her room most of the time. She has to take lots of medicine, and it doesn't come cheap.
If only we had public, free, and accessible healthcare.
As for me, I was just an average merchant. I would wake up early and travel all around to make a profit. But the Mora was still nowhere near enough. I could only watch my daughter's health deteriorate day by day. Until one day, someone reached out and showed me a way to really make a profit.
Selling canned knowledge.
Was someone standing on the top of the cliff there, or was that my imagination?
That's right. With all the Mora I made, I could finally afford medical treatment for my daughter. Nothing made me happier than seeing her get better. There are many others like me. Smuggling canned knowledge might seem like an unforgivable crime to you, but to us, it's a means of survival. I wanted to tell you all this so that maybe you could understand and change your mind. Please, stay out of this, Cyno. Give us a way to survive.
Oh no. That means that if we prevent the sale of canned knowledge, his daughter will...
I must get to the truth. I can find someone to help treat your child, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the smuggling. These are two completely different issues.
Very little to no people are being harmed with the sale of canned knowledge. It's not like a drug. It's one of those things where you won and done it. You might as well start fucking outlawing books. God forbid somebody read a book.
I somehow knew you would say that. But having your word to help my daughter is enough for me. Since you insist on continuing the investigation, you should have a look around the back of my home. You'll find some goods I received just recently. I think everything will become clear to you once you see them.
Sure. Alright, what we got?
Whoa! Look at all of this!
Yes, all neatly packed away and organized in boxes. To think that this is only one dealer's worth. Small producers couldn't possibly support such a large quantity of goods. Could the academia have a hand in this? But such a volume of goods wouldn't be able to slip through inspection.
Well, he's finally starting to suspect the academia as being behind this, which is what my thought from the beginning was.
Huh? Look! These seem different from the other knowledge capsules we've seen. Maybe they contain knowledge about the Court of Desolation.
They're purple.
Yes, that would make sense. Wait, what's this?
Some sort of marking, never seen that before. You know what it is?
Yes. It's a Matra seal, indicating that the goods have passed Matra inspection.
Interesting. Which means that guy that probably sent us to help you out might be the guy behind this, if this was a bad written story.
I started to suspect that someone in the academia might be involved when I found the tracker earlier. But how they could ship so much canned knowledge out of the academia was still a mystery.
More people are in on it. The Matra's in on it too.
The pieces have now all fallen into place. With this Matra seal, goods can leave the academia without undergoing a second inspection. No wonder they don't want me to investigate. It turns out that a Matra is behind this. Even I find it hard to believe.
What are the odds that the guy behind this was the mentor he mentioned a little bit ago? That he said we would meet later. Could be a misunderstanding. It could also be a forged seal. That is also an option.
Could I ask you for a favor, Traveler? Since all this canned knowledge came from the academia, then it's highly likely that the knowledge regarding the Court of Desolation originated from research files stored within the academia.
Which means to me that the real reason canned knowledge is outlawed in setting is because the academia wants to be the sole distributor to maintain market control over knowledge. TLDR, the same thing would happen in real life. If the ability to instantly download knowledge to your brain was something you could buy on the market, you know that the colleges would want to be the ones to own it so that they could have another source of income besides sports. Because any reason they have to justify raising their tuition costs. That being said, it would also uphold the entire scholastic system on its head. Because, like, why do courses when you can just okay, here's the course, download that. The canned knowledge content is very interesting, and I would love to hear all the ethical and economic ramifications of it existing.
If we can enter the repository, we can find out who accessed these files.
I would love to talk to an economist or someone who understands the American education system just to see how much damage we could do to the American economy or education system if we could implement a system like that. I would love to do research into the whole ramifications of it. Hell, maybe MatPat could even do like a game theory on it or something. Or no, even better, we could have Austin do it.
But, considering my current status, if I suddenly show up at the academia now, it will only draw unnecessary attention. You'll need to be the one who checks the records. I'll write a letter to Nabil, and he'll take you there.
Sure thing! Leave it to us!
I'll also keep working here in the meantime. Although our leads are all currently pointing to someone within the academia, it's obvious that they also have power outside of it. We can get more information on other dealers from Bahari. I'll stay here and make some preparations. You can come find me anytime if you uncover more info.
Radio.
If you start sniffing around the academia, it won't be long before people catch on to you. And once word gets out, they'll soon be after my daughter and I.
Don't worry. I'll find them before things escalate that far. But if you still feel uneasy, then why don't you tell me about anyone else you know who was involved? The more information I have, the safer you will be.
All right.
Back to the academia. Going back to college. Yeah, Lisa might still be floating around somewhere in the academia too right now. Don't know where she is. I'll probably Google it later. You can't win them all, right? By the time you're watching this on YouTube, actually, the event will be completely replaced with a new event, which I believe starts tomorrow. Even.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
I thought that was Lisa right there for a second. Oh, it's doing the bug again. I can see through the universe. Oh, never mind.
Hello, we meet again. Have you managed to find Cyno? If so, how's he doing?
Give him the letter.
I read the letter, and must admit that I hadn't expected things to be so serious. Sorry. Had I known it would be so dangerous, I never would have gotten you two involved.
It's alright. We wanted to help Cyno too.
I can tell that he really trusts you. The research files stored away in the restricted repository are far from ordinary. Everything there is essentially about dangerous research that's forbidden by the academia. Even I don't usually have authorization to enter, but with this letter from Cyno, it shouldn't be a problem.
Forbidden research?
That's right. Granted, the academia is very supportive when it comes to research. They encourage scholars to conduct all kinds of studies. However, some forms of research have proven to be so dangerous that the Matra have to step in and put a stop to them. Normally, after some particular research becomes prohibited, the majority of the related files will be destroyed. But some information may be retained as a record to warn later researchers. Such information is kept in the restricted repository, which is heavily guarded. Follow me.
All right.
I'll show you. Hopefully, we'll find the answers that Cyno is looking for.
Me too.
The restricted repository. Sounds kinda dangerous. We'd better keep an eye out.
Not really. It sounds like the restricted section at a library. Or at least that's what it sounds like to me. We too.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Okay, I understand. Since Cyno is vouching for you, I suppose we can trust you. You may browse the information regarding the Court of Desolation. Ask me if you have any questions. But I'd suggest avoiding any other research files. Sometimes the less you know, the better.
Yeah, I don't really need to know what kind of the internet search history of the Grand Sage. Did the game crash? It looks like it's still loading.
Huh. So this is the restricted repository. I never thought I'd see the inside of it. This is a first for both you and me.
Do you also know Cyno Utaba?
There are many who do not openly converse with others within the academia. But even so, there are very few who I feel could be trusted with a real secret. Cyno happens to be one of them. Even though he's no longer in the academia, I still trust him. And that goes for anyone he trusts as well. The files are over there. Just make it quick.
Well, that seems pretty straightforward.
We have an alarm set behind the bookshelf for security purposes. Be careful not to bump it when you're taking out the files.
Court of Desolation. Secret Text Interpretation Manual. Records and account of the Abattouy researcher sentenced to prison for deciphering forbidden documents. Mechanical life forms. Research data. Account of Spontmon researcher who was expelled from the academia for studying mechanical life forms. Oh, Taba! His research is here! Well, that's a nice freeze frame. There we go. Oh boy, it's time for me to do my daily reading. Despite repeated prohibitions, the research on the Court of Desolation in the past decade has increased without ceasing. Researchers who study the history of the Court of Desolation may mainly go through the three stages: discovery, investigation, and fanaticism. The earliest stage of research is relatively basic discovery phase, which causes little to no harm. The results of their discoveries will show that treasures related to life and death may be hidden within the Court of Desolation. This is also where the rumor of bringing the dead back to life may have began. Following the initial phase of the prolonged investigation phase, all documentation regarding the location of the Court of Desolation has been vague at best. As a result, the structure itself has never been truly discovered. Many researchers deplete their resources searching in the desert, only to find scant few remaining stone tablets with the words, "Entering the Court of Desolation comes at the price of one's life." Two different interpretations of the line quickly emerged as a result. Some believe that the price of one's life is key to entering the Court of Desolation, while others assert that it was a requirement for the court to appear. Because the Court of Desolation has never been discovered, the latter view gradually became mainstream. My understanding of it is maybe the Court of Desolation is the afterlife, which is why you get there by dying. As a result, many researchers went in a short period of time. Overtaken by the fervent desire to make the Court of Desolation appear, they attempted to sacrifice their lives. Relevant research became increasingly dangerous and was eventually banned. But even after that, many academia scholars secretly continued their research. It was not until 7 scholars, including Murtada Rodkani, were arrested that the research into the Court of Desolation entered a period of stagnation once again.
Whoa, there's a lot to read here. Have you found anything yet?
Murtada Rodkani. This researcher's name sounds familiar. It does sound familiar.
Huh. It reminds Paimon of Cyno's former partner.
His former partner? That would be Taj Rodkani. But you're not far off. Murtada Rodkani was Taj's only son.
What? Taj's son went to prison for researching the Court of Desolation?
Oh, wow, I was close. I was really close with my prediction of Taj being the one behind everything. Or maybe he still is.
Why do you sound so surprised? You're a Matra, aren't you?
It's just that they arrested him in secret, so it was never publicly known. All I knew was that Taj's son was taken to prison. It's not just me. I bet even Cyno didn't know about it.
Is there any way we could meet with Murtada?
No. Unfortunately, there isn't. He took his own life not long after he went to prison.
Shit. Well, now the dad is definitely the one behind it.
You've heard about Taj, right? I know Nabil has. Every Matra knows him. I would say he's probably pushing 50 this year, which makes him one of the most experienced Matra. He is a man of integrity and honesty, and has made countless achievements. His reputation goes back a long way now. He used to be Cyno's only partner. Taj is also skilled with the polearm, so the two of them used to practice together when they weren't out on a mission.
He's gonna try to bring back his dead son. He's gonna buy into the rumors that Taj is our man.
Ah, right. I heard Cyno mention that before. But one day, Taj suddenly decided to retire from active duty and transfer to an administrative position. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Murtada incident.
Taj was already very well known by the time Murtada was born. So when Murtada came to study at the Academia, everyone had high expectations of him. He had to face a lot of pressure. Then he had an unpleasant dispute with his father, but they were eventually able to work things out. Not long after they had reconciled, Murtada was caught studying the Court of Desolation, which is in violation of Academia rules. Taj arrested his son and put him behind bars. He begged for leniency, but Taj wouldn't agree.
Oh yeah, this is our guy. This is definitely our guy.
Shortly after, Murtada slit his own throat with the pieces of a broken bowl. By the time Taj arrived at the scene, it was already too late. He never had a last chance to see his son. Since then, Taj has been periodically coming to the repository. He'll hold the files from his son's research with a remorseful look on his face. I guess that's why he chose to move to administrative work.
Or he's converting it to canned knowledge and spreading it so that he can get enough of a team together to find the court and see if he can actually bring back the dead.
I had no idea that happened. That must be really hard for Taj. I've never heard him mention that to anyone.
That's awful. Paimon feels terrible now. Are you okay, Traveler?
You said that Taj comes to the repository? Taj has gone through Murtada's research files?
Wait, don't tell me you're starting to suspect Taj now.
Definitely, because I'm looking for a Matra that would have had the authority to do an inspection and put a seal on shit.
Impossible. Taj would never do that. I mean, yes, he does have a big reputation and has access to such research.
He has means, motive, and opportunity. I cannot fabricate a better suspect right now.
But this is Taj we're talking about. He would never do anything against regulations. Never.
But if you claim that the canned knowledge was originating from the academia, then Taj is indeed a suspect. Because he was the only one who could have recently gone through research files about the Court of Desolation. There are so many files about those ruins that it would be difficult to restart any research, since the 7 original researchers were put behind bars. It's hard enough just trying to make sense of these files. However, if the files were made into canned knowledge, they could be understood immediately. By doing so, one could restart the research outside the academia without anyone ever noticing.
But even so...
According to the legends, the treasures inside the Court of Desolation could allow someone to see beyond life and death. Or even bring the dead back to life, right? So maybe Taj is trying to bring Murtada back.
This is a universe where ghosts are real, so bringing the dead back to life is not too much of a stretch for me. We have respawn points, for crying out loud. Even if they can't fully come back, being able to bring someone back as a ghost might be pretty big. I'm still hoping that we can get Jet's dad back at some point.
Though I don't really believe Taj would ever try to do something like that. I'm just telling you what I know. It's the job of the Matra to find the truth and track down criminals. Do you have any questions? If not, it'd be best if you would leave now.
Paimon's kinda confused. What should we do from here?
Go look for Taj.
Oh, now that I think about it, Cyno suspected that the canned knowledge was coming from within the academia, right?
Yes.
There's no way so many boxes could ever get through without drawing any attention. Maybe we could try asking people around the gate of the academia and see what we can find. Don't worry, Taj. I won't let your reputation be tarnished.
It's about to be tarnished, unless a better suspect comes out of thin air.
Let's go ask around.
He's our guy. That being said, still think it'd be hilarious if somehow this was all fucking, New man. Where was I? I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, how amazing of a plot twist would it be if somehow Dory is behind all of this? It would be a lot less of a Cyno-centered thing, but it'd be pretty hilarious nonetheless.
Bet you can't keep up with me! I'll race you there!
Excuse me. Have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh. Well, yes, but isn't that pretty normal? The academia consumes so many resources each day. Everything from cooking ingredients, raw materials, even equipment for experiments. It's normal for goods to be coming in and out.
He has a good point.
Right, but we're looking for shipments with a Matra seal. Have you seen any like that?
Yes.
That I'm not too sure of. I normally wouldn't notice whether the goods have any seals or not. Maybe you should ask someone else.
Well, that was almost helpful. mercenary would notice.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
No, not that I'm aware of. Perhaps you could ask someone else?
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh? Why do you ask?
I'm just checking to ensure nothing unusual has happened.
Well, I can't say it's unusual, but I did notice something.
Finally, a lead.
There's a Kashar researcher who's been making frequent shipments recently. Dozen of large boxes each time, if not more. When I asked him about it, he said they just contained a bunch of old worn-out machines. The Kashar used to often sell scrap machines to traveling merchants, so I didn't really think anything of it. But he's been making a lot of shipments lately. There weren't ever so many outdated machines before.
And you didn't find that suspicious?
He just
Why
said
didn't you
that he
report it
did.
for inspection.
Well, the boxes were stamped with a Matra seal. Why should I bother? Of course, I did start to wonder about the seal once, thinking that maybe they forged it or something. But you know what happened?
He even brought it up that it could have been forged. I brought that up so... Man, I should be a detective. I'd be good at it.
A man named Taj came here and told me that he'd already inspected the goods personally and ordered me to leave the researcher alone. I couldn't question his word, could I?
Possible.
You would have no reason to.
There must be some sort of mistake. There's no way Taj would ever...
Just calm down. He's our guy.
No, I won't believe it. Taj is an honorable man. Someone must be trying to frame him.
This is my favorite part of the song.
Wait, I know another Matra who works with Taj. I can ask him to let us speak with Taj.
Probably should have started there. But this guy gave us a lot of good intel.
As I've already told you, I don't have any way to contact Taj. A few Eremites showed up looking for Taj yesterday, and he met with them in his office. I was standing outside of the door, and I vaguely heard them say, "Found it." Before I realized it, the door opened, and Taj left with the group of them. I noticed that he had also changed into Eremite attire.
Really?
But Taj didn't come to work today, so I've also started to feel a little concerned about the whole thing. If you'd like to speak with him, maybe you can try visiting his home. He lives just on the outskirts of Sumeru City.
I think they mentioned that he changed into Eremite attire because we're going to have to fight him. And that they don't have a combat model of a character wearing a researcher outfit, or whatever the Matra outfit is.
A group of Eremites? Could Taj really be the one making all the canned knowledge?
No way. Taj is just like Cyno. They're considered heroes among the Matra. There's no way that he would...
If it meant seeing his dead son again, though. Let's go to his home and take a
Fine.
look.
Looks like there's no other choice.
Hey, don't let it get to you just yet. We'll get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Our boy is guilty. And if he's being framed, he's not gonna make it look good. Well, that's not too far.
So, this is Taj's place. There doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Well, what should we do then? Do we break in?
No,
FBI,
no.
open up!
Wait, the door's unlocked. Did Taj leave in a hurry?
Oh, we can't break down the door now.
Well, anyway, We're still not sure if he's the real culprit. Probably not a good idea to go in without permission.
Now I'm imagining in my head a scenario in a police comedy where they're getting ready to break down the door, and then one guy goes, wait, and then tries it, opens it, it's unlocked, and then another guy walks up, locks it, shuts the door, and then they break down the door anyway. I should be a writer for a comedy series. You have to do this in order to clear his name.
You're right. Even if we apply for a warrant now, we won't be able to do anything until tomorrow at the earliest. This is an emergency. I just hope Taj doesn't mind.
Woohoo! Illegal search and seizure!
What's this?
It's a paper full of names written on it. Oh, and a map. Nabil, can you make any sense of this?
Yes. This is definitely Taj's handwriting. These papers look like records.
It's already 9 o'clock. Wow. I expected to be done by now.
These are the transactions between Taj and some other people. From the look of the numbers, the scale of this smuggling case is absolutely massive. The whole operation involves more than 300 people, including dozens of celebrities. These are famous scholars, merchants, mercenaries. I have a feeling that Cyno might be unaware of what he's up against. There's no way anyone could face such a large organization on their own.
Maybe he is aware of that. Even so, he won't back down. Yeah, this is what the auctioneer told us.
You're right. That's just who he is. As for the map, it appears to indicate the location of the Court of Desolation. Let's take it to Cyno and let him decide how to proceed.
Uh-huh. Ancient map.
If Taj really has turned on his honor and committed these terrible acts, then I suspect that he might already be at the Court of Desolation as we speak. I don't want to suspect him, but I also don't know him very well. Maybe Cyno will know what to do.
All right, we'll give these to Cyno and see. Let's go!
Alrighty. Where did we leave Cyno at, anyway?
I don't want to suspect him, but I also don't know him very well.
Where is the Court of Desolation, my friends? Okay, good. He's still over there. Excuse me? Game? Okay.
Well, Cyno, what do you make of it?
Taj. It's been a while since I last saw him. From what I remember, he is a straight-laced man. Although he would resort to extreme measures from time to time, he would never do anything against his beliefs.
So do you think he's the one behind all this?
I'm pretty much sold that he is. Remember, the Eremites were willing to let Cyno leave if he dropped the investigation, and they said that it was the boss's idea.
I'm still not sure.
The boss of the mercenaries clearly knows Cyno.
I cannot imagine how devastating the incident with Mortada was for him. Nor can I deny the possibility that people can change. Whether it's out of love for his son or for other reasons, we have to see for ourselves to judge him. Or rather, the person he's become.
I'm glad that he acknowledged that people can change, because that's one of the biggest hypocrisies in fiction right there, is the fact that people act like people can't change when they're bad guys and whatnot, and then at the same time, they weren't bad guys at the start in most cases, which means they changed from a not bad guy to a bad guy. So to think that they can't change from a bad guy to a good guy is a huge hypocrisy. The evidence is stacked against him now.
That's right. It's clear that he had a hand in this case, yet he made no report of it. There's no doubting that. That's also why I need to see him. I must ask his reasoning and judge him myself. Time is ticking. Let's go.
Find the Court of Desolation according to the instructions on the map. Yeah, it does look like it's over there.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Oh. That's convenient. Ah!
I won't let you down.
I think this might be a good place as any to start climbing. The real question is, should I switch to the Wanderer? Alright. Okay, might be a good idea.
Are you sure it has to be me? Fine. Let's get this over with.
Oh yeah, that's right. I renamed him. He's Logan now. Alright, Logan. Let's do this. Alright. Let's try again, but from this angle. Darn. There's gotta be a way up there. Easy way up there. Oh, did I miss that?
Behold!
I'm dumb.
Quit following me.
I missed the obvious way in. Alright. We're up. Now we just gotta get to the top. Tippy top. Tippy 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 top. Unless this is it right here.
Quit following me.
What are these spin crystal things used for? Radiant spin crystal 82.
Quit following me.
All returns to silence. Did we find it? Oh, this is it. Oh, there's those trained scorpions again.
Too slow.
Alright. We want to do water, electric, and dendro.
Just what will we come across this time?
Nope, this seems like the team we're using. I keep forgetting to farm lamp grass for Amber. She has enough materials to send to 80. I just keep forgetting to fucking go grab some lamp grass. Ugh.
So this is the Court of Desolation. Are there really any treasures buried here? Oh, Paimon's kinda nervous. Could it be dangerous?
Don't worry. You'll be safe with me.
What weapon is this? The Staff of Scarlet Sands. Heat Haze at Horizon's End. Equipping character gains 52% of their elemental mastery as bonus attack. When an elemental skill hits an opponent, the Stream of Scarlet Sands effect will be gained for 10 seconds. The equipping character will get 20% of their elemental mastery bonus to attack max. That's a pretty good weapon. That's just a good weapon for EM characters. I feel like this weapon might be broken on Zhongli.
Surrender! Futile! Nowhere to run!
Let it rain.
Futile!
Oh, we go. Teachings of Animation. That's some Ascension materials right there.
These walls have definitely seen better days. Was there some sort of fight here? Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Actually, I don't need to fight things. I don't think.
Surrender!
Oh, that's not creepy at all.
Whoa, is it just Paimon? Or did that passageway just rotate? It's not gonna start moving again, is it? Either way, we should be careful.
There was a hole in the ceiling. That's interesting. I'm gonna use that concept in a D&D session at some point. That's a pretty cool puzzle.
Nowhere to run! Through me, justice is served! Guilty!
Oh, that just happens periodically. Interesting. Spoopy, spoopy, rotating around.
Passage! Hopefully that's our way in. That eye seems to be staring right at us. This place gives Paimon the creeps. You go first.
Oh, my neck hurts just looking at that thing. Isn't it really weird that you can't climb inside of domains? Unless it's on a ladder. But in the overworld, you can climb on virtually everything. Door of Resurrection activated.
Surrender!
Where? Did they just stop putting those visually in domains now?
Nowhere to run! Spring forth! Surrender!
Let the show begin.
Nowhere to hide.
I would expected to encounter more Eremites in here at this point. Considering all of the puzzles haven't been solved yet. Means I think we somehow beat them here, despite the fact that they had like a day's head start.
Taj.
Ah, Cyno. It's been some time since I've seen you last. I trust you are doing well. Seeing that you've made it all the way here, you must be on the cusp of wrapping up your investigation, I presume. Even faster than I expected. Is it because you have some new partners now?
That's right. This case is nearly closed. But the most important answer still eludes me.
Why?
Was it all your doing? Smuggling the canned knowledge? The research of the Court of Desolation?
Yes, it was me.
Ooh, he's got a monocle.
Then explain why.
That's the difficult part. Let's just say I've changed. I've become a selfish coward who only wants to pursue his own interests.
Hey, at least they kind of mixed up his model enough to where it looks like a model I haven't seen before.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, really? Way I see it, every person will end up like me sooner or later. When you're young, you press forward, unattached, living solely for the justice in your heart. But as you begin to age, you start to become more cautious. You know many things are wrong, but still turn a blind eye to them. I was the same. I never questioned my actions until Murtada died. I could feel the justice that I once strived to uphold slowly crumbling in my heart.
What does justice truly mean? Perhaps I can ask the new Archon of Fontaine.
I was completely dedicated to all that I did, but as I grew older, I found myself feeling alone.
By the way,
Can you imagine what it feels like to not have the will to live, but not be able to die?
Oof. Sucks for you. But I really hope that when we do get to Fontaine, I really hope that they don't have a worse justice system than we have here in the States. Ugh. Because it's bad enough here already. I don't want a fictional one that's even worse.
Murtada was sent to prison by my own hands. I set myself on this painful path. My son hated me till the day he died, and now I must live with that pain and regret. I failed him as a father. But now I have a chance to make it right. A chance to reunite with him. The Court of Desolation. Here lies the key to overcoming life and death. The power to even bring the dead back to life.
So, did you already find what you needed here?
See this door behind me? Behind it lies the treasures that I seek. I'm so close, Cyno. If only you hadn't arrived now, I could already have...
Enough conjecture. What has happened is already part of the past. You cannot bring the dead back to life. In the end, the treasures you seek are nothing but myths and legend.
Since you're so sure, why don't you just let me open the door and see then?
No. I sense danger behind that door. There will be dire consequences the moment you open it.
I think whoever opens it dies.
I beg you, as an old partner, can you let me fulfill my last wish just this once? Surely you get it by now. Doing your job without mercy will only drive people away from you. I'm the prime example.
I don't overthink things. If there is only one way for me to defend my principles, then that is the path I will take.
Seems there's no convincing you. All right then. Let's see if your polearm skills have improved at all.
So he's going to use the polearm Aramite moveset, I guess.
This power is mine.
What the?
I will set things right no matter what the cost.
Erstwhile fellow mantra. I'm just gonna defeat him.
Surrender!
No escape!
Judgment is upon you. You stand condemned! Your penance is due!
Oh, wow, he just deleted everything there.
Your strength.
You feel it, don't you? I'm stronger than you remember. I gained new power when I entered the Court of Desolation. This is only a taste of it. Once I open the door behind me, this power will be complete. Even life and death will have no grip on me.
Uh-oh. We have to stop this guy!
Do we, though?
I won't let you open that door.
I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid it won't be easy to stop me now that you're injured. Or are you ready to sacrifice your life for this?
I'll do what I have to.
I still remember when we first became partners. You were always charging forward and putting your life on the line, just like now. Even after all this time, you still haven't changed.
You haven't changed either. You left that list of names and map in your house on purpose, didn't you? You wanted me to be able to find you here. All of this was just part of the act you were putting on. What happened just now was also part of your plan. You might have fooled those on the list, but you will not fool me. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I couldn't be sure until we fought. If he really had changed, your fighting style wouldn't be as it was before.
Huh? What do you mean, Cyno?
He double-crossed everybody that he did to get here?
He never planned on opening the door. His true intention was...
to die here.
Seems our time is running short. Let me make this quick then. After Mortada died, my spirit was crushed. For a long time, I was hoping this reality was just some terrible nightmare. I hoped I would just wake up and be able to see his smiling face again. That is when I was approached by someone who wished to collaborate and find the Court of Desolation together. I did some investigation of my own and discovered they were part of a massive organization.
Dory!
People from every walk of life are involved. They are relentless in their search, pouring countless mora into secret research, even sacrificing lives in hopes that the Court of Desolation would appear.
No wonder banning the research wasn't enough. A full-scale operation was already in motion.
I'm a flesh and blood human like anyone else, so I obviously hesitated and considered it. The thought of bringing my son back tugged at my heart, but in the end, I came to my senses. I knew that I could not let myself go down that path.
Then why fight?
I suddenly came to a realization amidst my suffering. The Court of Desolation, a place that once drove people to tragedy, was still doing so even centuries later. As long as this place exists, people will recklessly seek it out, just as Mortada did, generation after generation, regardless of the cost. Let it be buried beneath the sand forever. Once the Court of Desolation is gone, there will no longer be anyone obsessed with seeking it out.
He sought it out so he could destroy it. The damage from the walls we saw on our way here. You're going to destroy the Court of Desolation.
That's right. I acted as if I had abandoned my convictions just so that they would cooperate without raising any suspicion. This was the only way I could find and destroy this place.
But the historical significance, the possible research.
But that wasn't enough. I needed someone I could trust to bring the organization to justice. The Academia forbids the research of the Court of Desolation, so they would never approve my plan in the first place. To add to the problem, the organization is so powerful that they even have members working within the Academia. If I wished to destroy the organization, I couldn't just count on the Academia alone.
I wouldn't be surprised if Azor was partially behind this.
So, you pretended to be the one behind all this as a test for me.
God, this guy's really well written. I didn't even think about that.
Yes. I'm sorry, but now I am assured. You haven't changed at all. You are still as you always were, fearless, and making no compromise.
I don't know, I kind of like compromise. It's a good quality to have.
Anyway, this place is collapsing. You must leave now.
Wait! Aren't you leaving too? There are still loads of bad guys to catch outside!
His fate is already sealed. There is no life left inside him. He is like a candle with no more wick to burn.
And to open the Court of Desolation, one must sacrifice their life.
You planned it all from the very beginning, didn't you? Risking being treated as a traitor to collaborate with them. Sacrificing your own life to open and destroy the Court of Desolation.
Regardless, I made a grave mistake by allowing the smuggling and the research of this place. Let this be the final judgment on myself. I was always so busy with work that I never made time to fulfill Mortada's wishes. Finding this place was his biggest wish. Since I'll be reuniting with him here, I can only hope he won't have anything more to hold against me. I'll leave all those people on the list to you. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused.
There's nothing to be sorry for. We are partners. If you see Mortada, send him my greetings. Goodbye, old friend.
This place is a gateway to the afterlife. Because, I mean, like, the whole side quest that we did with Jet, it was literally a gateway to the afterlife.
Dad, why are they so strict with me? I'm always the only one who gets in trouble.
Just leave me alone! Don't worry, I won't damage your precious reputation.
All right, Dad. Let's start over. By the way, I finally found an area of research I wish to pursue. Why can't you show even a little leniency? Why?
Because we are Matra.
That guy was badass. Anywho. I was hoping this would be a fun police thriller. We got two depressing stories, one after the other.
Desolation has
disappeared.
Just as Taj said, that place had caused too many disasters and tragedies. Being buried in quicksand is its rightful end.
What about the organization?
To them, as long as there's Mora to be made, they will disregard the Academia's rules, whether it's the Court of Desolation or anything else. Their only goal is to make massive profits off of dangerous research. Taj may have set them back with the Court of Desolation, but it won't be long before they continue searching for another target. That's an opportunity that I will not let them have.
We'll help too.
Thank you, but you've already done enough. Just leave the rest to me. I will bring them to justice myself. Besides, I promised you that I would sweep away any potential danger.
I'm really curious, though, if the Court of Desolation did have a door, or the ability, or any of the stuff that was myth or legend. I wonder how much of it was true.
So, that's what I'm going to do. Wait for me a caravan rebob 4 days from now.
4 days? 4 days. Well, I might as well give you my thoughts while we do wait for that to go through. Because that's a long time to be fucking waiting. All in all, I really enjoyed this mission. It was very interesting. I feel like it was a really great way to look into Cyno's character, his past, his thinking. And all in all, this was written very well. I might have been maybe one step ahead of the Matra this entire thing, but it was written in a way where there was enough twists and turns to keep my mind thinking. But as far all things concerned, it's really sad that we had this entire lore built around this entire tomb for a large chunk of it, and we really learned nothing in the lore out of it. Maybe there might have been some scraps of paper hidden in that dungeon that I didn't see, but as it currently stands, it's starting to look like this gave us a whole lot of nothing. All returns to silence. To think that this would have been less than a 4-hour stream, but we managed to go over.
We meet again. Thank you so much for all your help.
Nabil, what are you doing here?
Convicts from the desert are being escorted through Caravan Ribat, so I'm here to keep an eye on things. This should be the last group of them, so I'll be heading back to the Academia once they're cleared.
What's happened these last few days?
The last few days have been quite the ride, but fortunately, I can say with confidence that this case is finally coming to an end. At first, the mercenary groups on the list were putting up quite a fight. They made several desperate attempts to cover up the truth. However, Cyno crossed the desert and took out their main camp overnight. After that, people on the list started to put pressure on the higher-ups within the academia. Everyone was on edge, and the case came to a standstill.
And? Then what happened?
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Well, then we received word that Taj Radkani had sacrificed himself on the case. The news really stirred up the members of our ranks. The Matra then moved together against the enemy. We cleared out the traitors from within the academia and arrested all the researchers on the list. Some of them managed to get out of the academia, but still failed to escape. The scattered criminals were captured by Cyno all across Sumeru. I even heard that someone was about to escape to Fontaine, but was still apprehended just at the border. Having more than 300 prisoners apprehended for interrogation has definitely shaken things up recently.
So wait, there's a Fontaine shares a border with Sumeru? Guess it makes sense since that's where we're going next. But I could have sworn that Fontaine was mentioned to be sharing a border with Liyue. So that narrows down where it's going to show up on the map.
Is Cyno alright? He didn't get injured, did he?
He seems fine, but nobody knows the real situation. He brought over 300 suspects to judgment all on his own. Among them were even some of our former colleagues. Not just the criminals are afraid of him. Even we start feeling a little nervous when he's around now. But even if we start feeling all self-conscious, thinking if we've done anything wrong, we're still always honored to have Cyno around. By the way, are you guys here to see Cyno? I think I just saw him walking in that direction when I was on watch nearby. He was walking with someone I didn't recognize, and then before I knew it, they were nowhere to be seen. If you happen to see him, please send my regards.
Who could he be talking to?
Sure thing, Nabil. You be careful too. Don't let any of those bad guys escape.
Don't worry about me. If anything happens, you can find me at the Academia anytime. Farewell then.
Who is he talking to? Oh, is that Tighnari?
Trying to single-handedly bring 300 people to justice must feel pretty exhilarating. But I can assure you this is certainly not the best solution.
I'm aware. However, I learned something unexpected during interrogation. Apparently, someone had enticed Murtada Radkani into becoming interested in researching the Court of Desolation. Murtada had lived in his father's shadow all his life. Naturally, he wanted to conduct research that would seem groundbreaking and significant.
Interesting. This goes even deeper.
After Murtada died, the organization tried to use Taj's shame regarding his son to add him to their ranks.
It all came full circle.
Toying with others' minds, treating lives like dirt, and doing anything for their own interests. This makes me angry.
Fine, I understand. This is a type of trap I've been working on which uses plants. Here, take some just in case you need them next time. If thrown into the mud, the trap will grow rapidly and disperse a pollen that has a paralyzing effect. I don't have much use for the traps these days, but maybe you will and can help me collect more testing data.
Man, the more I look at Tighnari's outfit, the more I realize there's way too much going on in it.
Cyno! Tighnari! Oh, so Tighnari must be who Nabil saw earlier. Are you also here to see Cyno?
That's right. Cyno asked me to collect some medicinal herbs to treat a girl named Semin.
Oh, that's right. He did promise to get some help for Semin.
I also dropped by just to check for any injuries. He seems to be fine physically, but he looks a little more lonely than I remember. And Cyno, relax. You don't always have to look so serious, you know? Why don't you play more Genius Invocation TCG? Kale has always been a little wary of you, and your stern expression certainly isn't helping.
How is Kale these days?
She's grown a bit taller, but her grades could use some improvement. She still made many mistakes on her last test, even after I had marked all the important content in the book for her. After some time, I plan on having her go outside more. It just so happens that I have something she can help me with.
Huh? You mean Kale is leaving a video forest? What happened?
What happened indeed?
I've asked her to host some ad hoc lectures to teach the dangers of canned knowledge, as well as how to use it safely. Although we've apprehended all the criminals behind the recent smuggling case, there are many people who are still curious and seek after canned knowledge. So I decided to ask her to work on increasing knowledge and awareness on the topic. Please be sure to keep an eye on her.
I will.
If anything else happens, the three of you can find me in the Avidya forest. Take care.
Well, that asked and answered my question
I've
already.
already caught those who were preparing to attack you in secret. Even if some criminals did slip through our fingers, they wouldn't know that you were involved in the case. So you can relax.
But what about you, Cyno?
It's still not time for me to rest yet. Those who died have fulfilled their wishes, but those who are alive must continue pressing forward. I've been thinking about what Taj said in the Court of Desolation these last few days. His words were not empty. People do change, and no belief can completely resist the erosion of time.
Erosion, there's that word again.
I just hope my own change will come slowly, so that I can press on a little further. That way, those who see me as their superior, and those who are following in my footsteps, will learn courage from my example. Just as I gained courage from my own superiors, and my partner.
Sounds like a lot of work. Hope it'll make you happy, Cyno.
I'll be fine. I'm also enjoying my chat with you right now, you know?
I can't tell. You don't express anything at all.
There are many things I feel better about once I start to talk about them.
Good. Can you try expressing them a little bit more as you speak?
Many people want to go to the desert to offer condolences for Taj. But I didn't share details with anyone. I'd prefer to avoid revealing the location of the Court of Desolation. One day, I'll gather some flowers that grow in arid desert conditions. And then, I was hoping you'd join me in planting them on the remains of the Court of Desolation.
And thus we end.
By the way, something strange happened a few days ago.
Ooh, what do you have?
A merchant approached me and requested that I cover the cost of a desert travel kit. 1,250,000 mora.
Oh, I had forgotten about that.
I didn't remember owing anyone mora, especially not that kind of amount. So I arrested the merchant on charges of provocation and disturbing the peace. Do you know anything about this?
Nope. Paimon has no idea what that could be.
Oh, wow. Did we just get the General Mahamatra on duty? I got some kind of fucking item. The General Mahamatra on duty. It's a furnishing. Briefcase used by General Mahamatra Cyno has an approximately cylindrical cross section. Interesting. Well, that's neat, I guess. Well, I guess we should end this here. So I'm hoping Dory sent somebody as a proxy, because otherwise Dory just got herself arrested for being way too greedy. Uh-huh. Well, this has been fun. I'll see you guys in another stream where we probably are going to play some more One Piece, to be honest. And next time we will probably have another... Next time we jump into this will be when we have two more keys. That being said, everything with Nahida always seems to be long, so maybe we should just do the Nilu quest next time and have a nice short stream for once. See you guys all next time. Take care of yourselves and stay safe. Bye-bye.